Family, what's going on? Happy Saturday. Hope everybody's doing okay. We are back like Bobby Condas on the ones and twos, rocking you, rocking you, rocking you. Some of you young whippersnappers don't know what that is. Bobby Condas is a famous radio host, hosts the reggae channel in the New York radio. Growing up, that was his thing. He would always be out there on the ones and twos, rocking you, rocking you, rocking you, as well as other stuff he would say. But anyway, you get the point. You got the gist of it. I'm just happy it's Saturday. I'm up. You know, and I'm alive. We here. We get to talk about our Knicks. Fortunately, the Knicks won a very nice game, very impressive victory considering everything. Nice to see our young kids out there. So I'm really excited about that. And I'm happy things worked out. So, you know, hey man, good to be here. Good to be here. Hopefully everybody's doing good out there. Appreciate you guys for tuning in. Welcome. Salute to the chat. Angel Torres in the building. Jay Boogie, what's going on, brother? Good to see you. Man, thank you. Always a pleasure, Jay Boogie. I appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Angel Torres said the kids just send a clear message to Tibbs. They have earned their minutes. Enough is enough. Amen. You might be right. You might be right, brother. D is balling in the building. What's going on, D? Appreciate you. Sherwin M is here. Good morning. How many games will McBride, IQ, RJ, Obi, Sims win playing major minutes? I say 10 max. Knicks fans are very naive and gullible. Well, it's interesting take, Sherwin. We're going to get into that in a little bit. Like I said, that's a good response, D. Be civilized. What's going on, brother? What's going on, Chuck? What's happening, bro? Oh, it's David Levy's. Why did I always think that was Bobby Condas? I don't know. I got a friend of mine who always reminds me of this stuff, and I haven't heard him say it in a long time. Why did I always think that was Bobby Condas? That's David Levy's. Got it. Thank you, bro. Appreciate that. All right. Okay, guys. So let me drink another sip of this. Start the day off right. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, boy. You just feel good when the Knicks win. And it's not even about the fact that they won the game. It's about, you know, who was out there and how they won. That's like the most exciting part about it to me. I'm really excited about that. And I think you may not be surprised if you know me, if you listen to me talk. Some people may be surprised at what I have to say about last night's game, about what my take on these young kids, about my take on Tibbs. It may not be what you think, or it may be exactly what you think. We'll see. But you know what? We will get into it, right after this intro. Be right back. All right. What's going on, everybody? Hopefully that came through okay for you guys. And it was real low for me in my ears. I don't know. I hope it was all right. Let me put this in the chat. All right. And what's going on, Hewlett? Samuel, aka Wadadley, is in the building. John, what's going on, brother? My man, John. And guys, I don't know if you've had a chance. I know we talk about this all the time. I know, we're Knicks fans. Excuse me, but some of you may be interested to hear about what's going on with other teams around the NBA. The point of the show is to talk about other teams around the NBA and mainly the Eastern Conference and how that affects the Knicks, or how the Knicks should be looking at these teams, how it affects our overall outlook. And I know it's a little different now because the Knicks are kind of, at this point, basically out of it. They're not mathematically eliminated, but it's a real hard climb for them to get into any type of play-in at this point. So I know some of you may be thinking, well, why do I want to hear about the other Eastern Conference teams? My Knicks are out of it. But listen, it's still good information. If you love basketball, you're going to want to know what's happening with some of these other teams that are ascending and trying to make their playoff run. So it's just good information. So if you haven't tuned in to the NBA report on the NBK channel, that's the Nothing But Knicks channel, please check it out, especially this last Thursday's episode, where my man John was holding it down. I unfortunately couldn't be there because I had a work commitment, but he held it down, in excellent fashion. And he had a special guest, Eru from Die Hard Knicks podcast, was on there to help him go through everything and bounce ideas off. So it was really good show. So definitely check that out if you guys haven't checked it out as of yet. Yeah. So salute to John and Eru, and for holding it down and having a great show. So let me see here. Let me get my man Marvin up in here. Marvin, how you doing, bro?
What's going on? What's going on, Ron? How you doing, man?
I am good. I am great, man. Hopefully you're doing okay. Make sure.
I'm doing fine, man. I just want to chime in quickly before I left, man, because I noticed your topic this morning concerning other teams in the NBA, and I don't know if you noticed that I'm a Bull fan, and we are going through it right now.
Yeah.
So I wanted to make sure I chimed in to let all of the fans know in New York
Oh yeah,
they're
I'm
not the
aware. I'm
only
aware.
ones,
I
man,
I
who
see
go
it.
through
I
the
see
ups
it.
and downs, man. This season is long, it's tough, and you can rest assured, man, the hey man, the hurt will be enough to go round. But I want to say kudos to the Knicks, man. You guys are playing wonderful right now. Look real well last night against Miami. And I'm gonna be getting back with you because real soon the Bulls are coming to town. And that's gonna be a critical game actually for both teams. So just want to
Hmm.
chime in quickly, and just say salute to the chat and you guys. And hey, man, I appreciate your content. You do a great job, man.
Yeah, definitely, man. You know how much we appreciate you over here, Marvin. Thank you. Thank you. Hold on one second. Let me get my man D is balling in the building. D,
You, hey,
what's happening?
I'm
What's
good,
up?
brother. How
What's
you?
up?
What's up, man? How you, Marvin?
All right.
Yeah,
Cool,
it's good,
cool.
good to see you guys this morning, man.
I
Yeah,
know,
it's
I know, y'all waiting from last night, man. The hungover is still in effect, right? Yeah.
yeah, that was that was nice to see, man. It was good to see. It's kind of what I've been asking for a long time. It's nice to actually see it out there on the court. Um, so let me start with Marvin. What
Mhm.
did you think about last night's game, man?
Hey, man, grit, determination, and growth, man. Think about it, man. If if you think about what the Knicks are going through, man, the season they done had, man, the ups and downs, those guys that fight the way they've been fighting here recently, you got to just give kudos to them, man. You really do, man. I mean, when you see that, man, you know you got a future. You almost forget the bad things we said about Thibodeau because the team is starting to, gel a little bit more, man. I really think that Knicks have a truly bright future, man. Seriously, So I mean, when you're looking at what the Knicks are, I mean, I don't want to start by saying this or that, but you play to win the games. You play to win the games. Earlier in the season, people were talking about tanking and this and that, but you play to win the game, and you let the chips fall where they may. And I think the Knicks are going to be in pretty good position. Coming down the stretch when you play with confidence, even if you don't make the playoffs for next year. So it's all a good good trait when you're doing things like this. Really.
Yeah, I agree with that. Let me, before I get to D, let me just welcome Stafford Don in the building. Stafford Don, what's going on, bro?
Blessed morning to the panel. Blessed morning to the chat. Respect. I don't want to stop the flow. Go ahead and continue the wonderful win that we did last night. So I don't want to interrupt. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Ron, can I say one more thing before?
Oh yeah, go ahead, Marvin.
How about Obi Toppin, man? How about giving him some minutes and seeing what he can do? How about that, guys? I got chills all over me because I'm serious, guys. Now, mind you, I had never really much said it when I came on your show about I really wanted to see Toppin get some tick. But listen, guys, when you have a talent like that, you got to give him a shot, man. And now you get a chance to see him, man. And I'm pretty sure a lot of Knicks fans are just ecstatic about what you see in him. And I think it's more to come, really.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think I'll probably expound on that a little bit more when I start talking. But I want to hear from D what D thought about last night's game and his outlook on this little situation that's kind of brewing with our young Knicks.
Yeah,
what do you think, D?
I got to say about this stuff. First of all, before I go, Marvin, you sure you're done? It sounded like you had more in the clip. You sure?
Well, okay. No, I want you to get your takes in. I'm going to hang around for a little while longer.
Okay, no problem. Okay, big thing last night. We won the rebounding game 43-35. We also had 18 offensive rebounds, and that was key in keeping us in this game and keep it irrelevant. Jericho Sims had 4 of them. Mitch came off the bench, which I don't know why he did yesterday. Maybe we can get an answer on that. He had 7 offensive rebounds. Toppin had 3. Barrett had 3. We bruised them on the boards. And you're either going to be in a lot of games or you're going to win games doing your job on the boards because you're controlling the possession and flow of the game. I thought for the first couple of quarters, it was looking shaky. But I thought our effort was high, especially our defensive intensity. And I have to give credit, and I always do, and I've been talking about this about Obi last couple of days. This is when you play in minutes, he seems to produce. And last night, that third quarter could have gone away from us, and he helped us out with 13 out of the 24 points, and that was really helpful, and that really kept us. And then in the fourth quarter, of course, there's no surprise. You have Deuce out there. You have Grimes out there. You have Quick out there. I don't mind Taj out there with that unit because I think it's good for them to have a good veteran that's going to have their back and he's able to communicate defensive schemes and stuff like that. So I think that's a great idea. And no surprise, the Heat were having issues getting into their offense. They would jack it up a lot of threes, couldn't really get inside the paint a lot. Grimes, we could talk about Quickly. Quickly did have a good fourth quarter. There were certain things I can nitpick on, but he did have a good fourth quarter nonetheless. We got to talk about Grimes. Grimes came up with 9 big points in that fourth quarter. He did a good job on Jimmy Butler. As I've been saying, he can guard threes in this league. Deuce, the numbers don't shoot out to you, but his on-ball defense was stellar. He came up with good 5 points. He also had 5 assists as well. And he also had 2 steals. Could have had that third if they didn't call that foul on him. Remember when he ran into Lowry, and that was a bad call. That should have been his 3rd steal. Fact. But I guess we can get into more of the guys later. But just my big take on the game was just that this is no surprise to me. I already knew the young guys can play defense. And I already knew that whether you win or lose, I'm more invested in that development because at least I know in 1 or 2 years down the line, these guys with enough NBA reps and enough NBA experience and seeing all types of defenses and having to run all types of offenses that they're going to acclimate and they're going to be productive. And it's really no surprise to me. So, great win yesterday as far as for the development of the youth. As far as the whole Twilight Zone thing between the play-in and you know and where we drafting, that's still suspect, and we could talk about that for days, right? But overall, good vibes. Definitely want to see more for the young guys. I guess the question is that would you be surprised if Tom Thibodeau inserts Julius Randle back in the next game against Chicago, and then all of a sudden we're back at 36, 37 minutes and only seeing Obi 10 to 12 minutes? So yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Yeah, that's definitely his MO.
Yeah.
So you know what? Hold on. Let me get to you about your takes, and then I go, because I don't want to be long-winded, but I may be a little long-winded. So.
I mean, you expect me to go after that? D done took all the fruit out the fruit bowl, bro. He done took everything, the watermelon, the grapes, the cantaloupe, everything. What is there for me to say?
Yo, my bad, Steph. I was just breaking down the game as I saw it, bro.
No. You good, yo. It's always good to hear your skills in that way, man. I love it, man. I love it. But
Thanks.
Yeah, man. The game was great, man. Look, I ain't gonna even front. I was surprised the kids pulled it out with no RJ Barrett and Toppin going down most of the fourth quarter, going down the stretch, because they came in about I think about 4 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, and RJ Barrett came in and made 2 clutch free throws to really seal the game. You know what I mean? So I was totally surprised. I was, you know what I mean? You know, but credit to Tom Thibodeau keeping those same guys going down the stretch, because you know he got a big slap in the face the last time for changing, not keeping it with the hot hand. So I got to give him credit for that, for doing that, and for to prove into the front office that you might not have to look outside. Everything is right there for us once we keep on developing these guys, right? In big pressure moments like this, because last night was a big pressure moment with those kids, right? And to Dee's point, development for these kids. You know what I'm saying? Giving them the experience. So I love that they went through that adversity as being young kids. You know what I'm saying? Knowing that they could go out there and win. And it's just a beautiful thing to see they pull out a big win off of the big team in Miami, right? And the last time we didn't win, right, a game like that was in Miami I think it was 1999, that the same Miami Heat team. So credit to those kids, right? They went out there and they did their thing, man.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that, Staffer. Marvin, did you have anything else you wanted to say? Because I don't know how, I know you got to get out of here. I wanted to get as much out of you while you're here as possible.
Yeah, I did. And salute, Staffer. I just wanted to say, guys, think about it. Now, I mean, how about the ebb and flows of an NBA season? How about the ups and downs that we go through as fans, man, in the NBA season? And then to see a game like that last night, how much it makes you feel good, just like Steph was just saying, Yeah, and then the key is that was not a cupcake team you guys played last night, Miami. You all know that. And it wasn't like, a lot of people are saying that a lot of these upper echelon teams in the East are trying to get out of the 1 and the 2 seed to duck Brooklyn. But I don't think Miami was trying to lose that game last night. And I know you guys need it. As a matter of fact, I know they were not. So I want to say kudos to the Knicks. And then to see the young kids play in that pressure situation against a top-notch team like that, man, you know how far that can take this team. Seriously, guys. I mean, and how about this too, guys? Do you think Tibbs is okay with playing them now? Do you think Tibbs realized, okay, man, it's okay to play these guys? And then it opens his eyes. And, just developing of them, man, and to see them flourish. And I want to keep going back to Obi Toppin, because I'm telling you guys, That's the key. Now, I do have a question for the panel.
What's up?
Will he flourish when Randle gets back? Will this?
You broke up at the
Will this
beginning.
be a situation? Because now, if it was any one of us, I honestly believe we could deal with this. But can Tibbs do it? Question.
So you were asking, will Obi Toppin flourish when Julius Randle comes back into the fold?
Yes.
Oh, that's his question. Okay.
Yeah.
And I asked that. I want to pose that to the panel. I want to
Mhm.
pose that to the panel.
Okay. I'll start off. I think, it's funny. This was just a discussion on another show a couple of days ago, but are they linked together? And they absolutely are, because you got to understand that Julius Randle's playing 36, 37 minutes a night, which relegates Obi to maybe having 12 or 13 open minutes, 14 minutes. So that's why, and this is Obi's fault. He should have done things in the off seasons to better himself, to either play the 5 or to play the 3 in spot minutes and stuff, so that he can get more minutes out there. Now, although he didn't do that for himself, I think regardless of the matter, you have to understand that he's still playing behind Julius Randle. And as long as Julius Randle's here, he's going to be playing 35, 36, 37 minutes a night. So it could spell trouble for Obi, for him trying to find consistent minutes.
Yeah.
Stafford, what you think?
Could you repeat the question?
He was
for me
wondering
again,
if Obi's going to still be able to flourish and kind of, what you've been seeing from him, if he'll be able to do that once Randle comes back.
I know stuff. It's tough.
Oh boy. Yeah, that's a real good question, man. That's a real good question. Oh boy. And this is where you see I think the fans have the kind of the distaste for Tom when it comes to these decisions, right? And I think that he should stagger Randall's minutes a little lower down. I do think he should play at least but I don't want to say I don't want to say in the chat go off. I guess 15 to 20 minutes. I don't know if that's appropriate, or 20 minutes, 25 minutes between. I don't know, depending on the matchup, probably the ebb and flow of the game. So because he will need minutes to develop his game, as you could see last night. Just before I got on here, I was watching some more highlights, and one of the highlights I really liked is when he was at the 3-point line and he pump fake and he drove and he pulled up with that jumper. Now you see, if he could constantly give us that Pacific game right there, that what we want to see. If he goes into the offseason, that's what D was saying, and improve on that, you know what I'm saying, Obi will be a hell of a player, even more and more dynamic if he adds to his game. But we need to see that more consistently, even if he was to get like how he was getting the 8 minutes and the 5 minutes. We need to see more of that. So with that being said, I will want to see Tom give him more minutes, right? Even when Julius come back. And I want Julius to adapt to the young kids game.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Because if you can't adapt, I don't think it's going to be a decision made. And anyway, that's going to be a different conversation, but go ahead, Ron. Sorry.
No,
it's fine, bro. It's fine.
come on.
I'm going to limit my thoughts because it'll lead me into a whole other thing, which I guess actually, you know what? I've been waiting anyway, so I'll just go. So to your question, Marvin, no, I don't think currently the way the Knicks play, Obi will be able to do anything similar to what we've been seeing in these past 2 games. I'm not like, I do think that Obi's game is a little limited because he's still got not a lot. I mean, he's got some things he needs to work on, because I think Obi has some stuff that he can do. He just hasn't been comfortable doing it. So there's certain things in his bag that he's got that he hasn't really, shown us too much of. But then there's other stuff that he definitely needs to work on. He needs to work on his ball handling. He needs to work on being able to get to the rim and take people off the dribble, at least with that one step. Like what he did yesterday, that pump fake that Stafford brought up, that's huge. But I've seen him do that in the summer league. So it's not like I didn't see him do it before. You just don't see him do it often because he's not comfortable. You're not comfortable when you don't play consistent minutes.
Yeah.
So my thing is if Randle comes back and Thibodeau has him on like a 20 to 25 minute leash, great. That's fine. That'll be a good step because those extra minutes can go to Obi. That's good. Yeah. Problem is you have to keep Obi and Randle separate. When Randle's on the court, Obi's not on the court. When Obi's on the court, Randle's not on the court. If you do that and give Obi 20 plus minutes, you can still see what you saw. But you can't see it if they're playing together, and you can't see it if you're giving Obi less than 20 minutes because you got to get, some people start off slow. Even in the game, you got to go with the pace of the game, see what the defense is doing to you, get comfortable, find your spots, see what you could do that will help the rest of the team. And that could take you 5 to 6 minutes in the flow of the game to figure out where you got to be. Yeah. And then in normal Obi fashion, that's half of his minutes already gone. 6 minutes, he's like, he got 12,
But
so
I did
want to get comfortable.
I did want to say this, Ron, because I'm just going to say this and let you guys continue on. The last three games for Obi Toppin, he shot 71% from the field, 72% from the field, and 60% from the field. While shooting last game 6 out of 10, 8 out of 11, and 5 out of 7. Now, it is a good thing that he did that, and it should be a good thing even if him and Randle can't coexist on the floor at the same time, because if he can give you that kind of production off the bench, then you find. And I do want to ask this question. Can they coexist in the lineup together?
No.
You don't, hold up, guy. Now you're saying that very fast.
No, no. It's obvious to me because the way Randle plays on the court, the way the ball has to move through his hands, there's no room for Obi. There's not proper spacing either on the court. Go ahead, D.
Why do you think they could, Marvin?
Well, here's why. Because we really don't know much of anything until you try it again. Meaning this. There was a lot of people who doubted Obi, period. With Randle on the floor or not. Well, now we see he can do it. I'm looking at it like I just don't see it impossible. If you just picture that, if they could coexist. Just picture that guy. I know it's a hard look, but just picture if they could. And picture if you could just work it in some kind of way. Now, I'm not saying it's a must thing to try to do, but I'm saying let's not just throw it away saying it would never happen. When I just ran those numbers out, with Obi shooting like this, you gotta find some time. I believe you need to find some time for Obi on the floor. Now, if you're going to diminish his minutes because of Randle, is that helping the team or is that holding the team back?
But here's the whole thing, Marvin. They're both piss poor defenders. and you're going to have them playing the 4 and the 5 because Obi can't guard threes.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping, that he could maybe
I hear you. And if I was on the Obi team, I would have been having him try to do that. But the point being is that they can't play together because your interior defense goes down the drain. And Tom Thibodeau is all about his rim protection.
Okay, question. So who's playing your 3 now? Fournier?
Right now it's RJ.
Oh, RJ. Okay. Yeah.
And I actually, D pretty much said what I was going to say. He expounded on it. I was going to say the issue is Obi's a in-betweener. He's not big enough to really play the center, and he's not skilled enough defensively at this moment to guard threes. He has problems guarding 4s. Can he get better? Yeah. Over time, he can become a more serviceable defender in the league. But I don't know if he's going to be able to do that at the 3. And like I said, he's too small. He's 6'9", so it's very hard for him to be really effective at the center position. When you play small against some teams in the NBA, yeah, fine. Of course, you might have a moment. And there could be a moment where Randle and Obi on the court looks good together. But it's not going to be consistent because of
Yeah.
certain issues that they have defensively and even offensively. I just think the way Randle plays, you got Randle on the court and you got RJ on the court at the same time. You know how the ball moves between them two. Then you got Fournier on the wing shooting threes. Where does Obi find his comfortable spot? Because you also got spacing, right? And they try to, they put RJ in the corners, and Randle is the only one who really kind of gets the roam in the middle. So where does Obi fit? He can't get enough touches to even get that rhythm. Like, he needs to be out there without Randle to be a part of the offense where he gets those touches. Look, it's not surprising. You mentioned his numbers, Marvin, when it comes to his shooting from the field. Those numbers don't really change too much. That's what Obi can give you, but it looks better when he's shooting threes. And the reason why he's knocking down threes is he's getting more touches. He's getting more opportunities to shoot them and feel comfortable. Because he missed some threes last night too, and other games, but he also got a couple in rhythm. He came down one time last night in the game, and I think it wasn't a break, but they were pushing the ball, and the pass came to him, and he shot it while moving. And I knew I think he got bailed out because it was a foul, but on somebody else. But it was a bad shot because Obi can't shoot a three when he's moving. He needs to be set. His feet need to be straight up,
which is most big guys, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, most big guys, right?
But I can't say this wrong.
Like, he's such a fast mover, a hyper player out there on the court. He's got to slow himself down when he's about to take threes and shoot those jump shots. When he does that, much more effective.
I did want to say this: last 2 games, he's 4 out of 8, 50% from 3.
I'll get you a better one. For the month, he's shooting 39% on 3 attempts.
I know. I'm looking at his stats here. How about the month in his field goal percentage? 58.9.
Yeah. So now, Marvin, I have a question for y'all.
Okay.
Would you keep Julius Randle? Next year, he's going to receive 23.7. Right? If okay, first of all, let me ask this, right? Is Julius Randle going to get you to the second round of a playoff berth?
You mean next year or years to come?
Yep.
Well,
are you confident that he's capable of?
Well, that was a question I wanted to ask you guys, but I'll answer it. I see this as this: if you see what Obi's giving you now, and you know what you're up against on far as money wise with Randle. Are you comfortable with go ahead and letting him go, getting something for him, and putting Obi in the spotlight right now? Because think of this, guys. If you decide not to sign Randle, you're going to get something decent, real decent back. And to pair him with Obi, you're going to save cap space. And I don't know, you missed too much of a beat. Now, as far as defense, I guess if you get rid of Randle, you're going to look for that defender. So I say, right now, Obi is making Randle expendable.
Okay, so what I'm asking is that will Randle bring you to a second round in Eastern Conference Finals or a Finals?
With this current team, I can't say yes. I cannot. So I'm gonna say no.
Okay.
Only because, we've seen the best of Randle, which was last year. How far did you get?
Couldn't even win a game.
Yeah, think about it. Now, I'm not saying he can't, because next year's team is more than likely not going to be the same. So the question I have is, are the Knicks going to keep Obi if they keep Randle?
Well, here's my question, right? The reason why I asked that question is because if you're going to pay Randle 23.7 next year, right, and only pay Obi $5 million next year, and his production might be a couple of ticks off, but it'll probably be around the same area of Randle, and he's going to be 4 years younger, then my question is, what is the point of keeping Randle?
That's why I said I see Randle. If the management is smart, you getting your look-see of Obi right now. You make the deal, man. And then all the turmoil with Randle, the head games, the things that's been going on this year, it almost was a detriment to putting stock in it, And then you see this young kid up and coming who's capable of basically giving you just about the same as Randle, and you're probably going to get him for a cheaper price. The smart thing would be, and I know it might not be real popular to a lot of Knicks fans, you gotta part ways with Randle, man. Because you're going to get something back in return for him. and you just build from there, guy. I really believe that. I mean, now if you go the other route, this is what I'm thinking. If you sign Randle, are you going to sign Toppin? Is Toppin going to take $5 million? Is he worth $5 million? His game is showing that he's worth more than that. So he's.
But the beauty is that you got a couple more years to work with him cheap.
Yeah.
So,
what you gonna are you stalling him? Still planning behind Randle?
That's the biggest question that we've been dealing with as a Knick organization. And I say, look, let me go back to what I was saying before. I thought that
you don't want to see what Stafford thinks about the question about retaining Randle if Obi's playing well.
I'm gonna come back.
Okay.
I'm not gonna go into my. I still haven't even got into my whole diatribe about this whole Knick thing. I think that Obi should be traded.
Wow.
If you're going to continue to keep Randle on this team.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no. I think I said this before. I don't have a problem with Obi Toppin being a Knick. Do I think he gives us exactly what they envisioned? I don't know. Can he? Maybe eventually if you learn how to use him properly. But right now, for the way he's still learning how to play and what the Knick team needs, with Randle here, I don't think Obi can ever really achieve that unless you use him. He's got to be used the way he's been used these past couple games. And with Randle here, I mean, you can't do that. And you can't, if Randle's here, Randle deserves to be out there doing what Randle does. That's how it's got to be. Doesn't make sense to have a guy like that and not use him, right? So you got to use him. So that's why I was saying the Knicks should have traded Obi so that Obi can learn and flourish somewhere else, because I think he will. And I know people were questioning whether he could give you a double-double on a night, and looks like he can. 2 games ago, I mean, last night he had was it 15 and 8? I don't know.
Last night?
Yeah,
I got you. 15, 8, 3 offensive rebounds, 2 of 4 from 3. 6 to 10 for the field.
So, and then you also know that he sat for a little bit. Like Tibbs took him out of there. I don't know if he thought he was tired. I don't know. But he sat for a little bit, so he couldn't really expound on those numbers.
I don't understand why.
I think he can give you a double-double. And if not that, he can definitely give you what he gave you last night. I think he can do that consistently with those type of minutes. So all I'm saying is I thought that with Randle here, Obi's never going to get that shine. Now, if you do what I said, if Randle plays 20, 25 minutes, and then you have Obi getting his 20 minutes somehow from wherever you find the minutes, but don't play them together so Obi can do his thing, great. I also think, last thing before I move on to Stafford, is that I think that if you had to part ways with Randle, I think the Knicks are fine, because Obi is no Randle, and you lose something with that, but what you gain from Obi, I'm not going to say it definitely makes up for Randle's offensive prowess, but it makes up for the team's offensive prowess, because having Obi out there gives you a more of a hustler. His transition flow is better for the team. His ball movement, his court vision is pretty damn good. Obi's a pretty good passer. So I think that gets,
and also he doesn't require the basketball,
right? And
he moves better without the basketball.
Yes, and I think that helps. You can see how the team moves. All factors on the team work better when Obi's out there, just because of the way he plays. So everybody can get into the game and give you more. So Stafford, what do you think about the whole Obi Randle thing? If they can play together, if you should move Randle or if you should move Obi, Oh, you're on mute.
Well, everybody, it's no secret to everybody. I mean, I'm for keeping Randle, right? I think we could work with them both, not on the same court together, but I think we could keep them, because I think it's a good problem to have.
Yes.
Right. It may not be the popular take for everybody, but we got a bruiser and we got a hustler. You understand? And the key thing is to it that is Tom Thibodeau. Can Tom Thibodeau put these things together to make this thing work? And that's where the biggest question is, right? For him to allocate the minutes to Toppin so he could show us these consistent things that he could do, right? So the offense could flow. And then also Randle to adapt to the offensive flow, not have the ball stick in your hand. Do the little things also to move without the ball, share the ball. You see the double team coming, get rid of the ball quicker. You understand? These are the things we need you to do also too within the offense. So once you could do these things, Randle, you could fit with the offense of the flow. I have no problem keeping this guy around because he is talent. It's not like this guy cannot play basketball. He is a very talented guy, but the only thing about it is that his defensive awareness sometimes and his decision making. Now, if we could get him to correct those things, you understand, as far as the decision making and not having the ball in his hand too long, because don't get me wrong, it's gonna have some nights where he's dominating and you're gonna say, yo, throw it into Randle. Let him dominate on the block and he's going to take us home. And there's going to have some other times where you're like, Randle, yo, I need you to go out there, get rebounds and just keep on passing because they see they coming to you, double teaming you. Quick open ball, pass the ball, boom. And we get an ebb and flow like because we need everybody on this team. Yeah. We need everybody from the 15th man to the starting 5. So I'm for with keeping Randle, but if there is a right deal out there to trade him and we getting back certain amount of assets, yes, go ahead and trade Randle. Yeah. But for right now, he has to adapt, and I want him to adapt. And Tom Thibodeau and the front office has to make sure that he's on that right track and we could go ahead and move forward. So that's my take on it.
Yeah. And I want to give a shout out to the chat because they are on fire, guys, on this topic. And they're kind of indecisive about it. I hear some say yay and some say nay. And I want to say this. Are we holding back Obi because of his faults? And is it a product of lack of playing time, guys? You remember, most players get better when they play. Now, Obi hadn't been getting a lot of take. Is his defensive deficiency due to lack of playing time? Can they get better if you give him more minutes? Will he get knowledgeable more about playing off the ball with more minutes? And I'm not trying to put him on the floor with Randle, but the things that a lot of people are hampering him, they're saying that's kind of bad about him, I think they more or less of lack of playing time. It shows with the playing time that he's recently getting, and he's scoring more now when a lot of people felt like he couldn't even do this. A lot of people say he couldn't shoot no threes. Well, he's shooting 50% here recently with more playing time. So I say I'm with Sam. It's a good problem to have, but is Tibbs, that's the question, is Tibbs the man to get this done? Now, I don't know. That's all I'm gonna say. Y'all know how to.
It's very tricky. You know what I'm saying? Because we have seen Randle have these games where he's very unselfish, where he's making the right decisions, and we applaud him for those games. But then there's games where he just make bonehead plays. He sticks with the ball with his hands too much. You understand? And he makes silly turnovers. You understand? But, that's what I'm saying. This guy, and to say that he can't take us to a second round, I believe so, but he's not the answer to push us to the needle to a championship. Yeah. But I do think once we put the right pieces around him, we can make a second round, right? But we still need that one superstar. Hopefully it's RJ in the making, so Randle could be that number 2, right? And RJ becomes that number one superstar that we've been looking for. And both of them, you know, as to say A1 and A2, however you want to say it, and Quickly and the gang and all these young guys take us. Because once you look at the average, Randle is only 27. People keep calling this guy old. I don't think 27 is old, and you 31 and you call it a guy that's 27 old, bro. Come on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? These guys could grow together. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that's my take. It might need the popular take, but you know, that's how I feel.
So Obi and Randle can grow together?
Why not?
How so?
Why not? Huh?
How so?
How so? I mean, as I would have to agree with Ron earlier, we don't have to play them on the court together. You don't necessarily have to be on the same thing to get it. It all depends on the ebb and the flow of the game, because they may have a game where Randle is dominating and he needs those minutes, and then it maybe have a game that Obi is dominating and Randle needs to sit. But as I said earlier before, and as Marvin also agreed, it's Tom Thibodeau. He has to put the right ingredients on the floor and allocate the minutes and the ebb of the flow of the game. He also preaches it also too. The game dictates and tell you what to do. Yep. So he also have to also knows that also. You understand what I'm saying? Like last night, he stick with the guys in the fourth quarter that he know was going to win the game, because anyhow he had took out those guys that was winning the game, and we lost our game. You would have been hearing us today. Why did Tom Thibodeau do that? Why did he do this? So it all comes down to the coach. You know what I'm saying? And if he cannot do this, he has to go by the All-Star game. So you're
saying that Tibbs, if it was somebody else coaching, they would find a way for Obi Toppin and Julius Randle to be able to coexist on the court, so this could be allocated.
Yes. You have to take a look at it, as Marvin was saying earlier. You have to take a look at it, because if you don't take a look at it, you do not know how it's going to look. You know what I'm saying? You know, we the fans could only suggest that probably what we see. But they're in the facility watching these guys all the time practice. You know what I'm saying? So they see what we don't see. You know, so I mean,
Stafford,
well, you're gonna enjoy Tom for a little bit longer.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't look like Tom's going anywhere. So it is what it is. I think that obviously there's a way that it could happen. I don't see it with this Knicks team. I don't see it with this Knicks coach. Could another coach come in and use this same roster differently and make it work? Possibly, but I think you'd have to have a real good schematic plan for the offense, and on the defense, you probably have to play zone. You'd have to figure, because you know they're going to get killed other ways. You have to figure out if meaning having Obi and Randle on the court at the same time. You'd have to, and imagine Obi, Randle, and Fournier. Like, you have to figure out some interesting ways on the defensive end to kind of give them a shot to be out there. And you could do that at spells. I don't think you can play them out there consistently for too many minutes. Just like I don't necessarily feel like Randle we've seen it happen. We've seen Randle and RJ have good games together. It's not like they can't play good together, but can they do it consistently?
Right.
And one needs to get the ball going and get into certain spots, and the other needs his touches to get his shot going. Because say what you will about Randle. Randle is I don't want to say he's a volume shooter, but I do want to say he needs touches in order for his to get, because sometimes he comes out, he's a little too strong with his shot. He needs to form that rhythm. Those two guys are on this Knicks team are rhythm shooters. Emmanuel Quickly and Julius Randle have a rhythm. They also have a pattern. You see, they're always second guessing themselves when they want to take a jump shot. They either fake it, they put the ball down, they take a couple dribbles. They could be wide open, but if it don't feel right, they don't shoot it. I don't know. Excuse me. I don't know why, but that's their rhythm. So guys like that, it's tough. I don't know. I want to say so much, but like I said, I don't want to monopolize everybody. I'm gonna get to it because it's got to come out, because that was the point of today's show. I got to get to how I actually feel about what this team is doing, because I've seen some stuff already. I've watched some shows, some takes, and I agree with some of it, but I feel a little differently about other stuff. So before I get to it, because this kind of leads into that, let me put this up.
Okay.
So, what do you guys think about? And let me to be your question earlier. Wow, coffee. You had mentioned something about Mitch. So apparently Mitch was dealing with back spasms, right?
Okay.
So yeah, he was dealing with back spasms. They weren't sure if he was going to be able to play. He worked out right before the game. He said he felt good, but at that time Tibbs had already had his lineup and Jericho was starting. So he said whatever he can get, and this is what Tibbs said in his press conference. Whatever I can get out of him, we can use him, and we'll put him out there for whatever time he can go. So that's how it worked out with.
That's why he only played 19 minutes.
Right. With Mitch. So, what do you guys think about? Let me go to you first, Marvin, because I know you know your time. Tibbs blasts the social media couch coaches, saying that they don't necessarily do the research. They don't watch the games multiple times to understand certain things that are going on the court. And he was doing it as PC as possible. But, I know he's obviously a little bothered by social media and what we have to say about the Knicks and, of course, him as a coach. What do you think about what he said in regards to us?
As the fans?
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Well, more than the fans, social media, because we have voices.
Yes. Well, first I want to say, obviously he's hearing it, huh?
Him and his players. I think he's also probably referencing Julius Randle, because I think you could tell if you don't think Julius knows what's going on and what's being said, especially his wife, his family, they all, everybody knows about social media and what's going on.
Yeah. Well, I want to say this. I think he should have addressed this early. I think he'd been hearing this, and he really just swept it under the rug and said, "I'm going to do it my way. He don't care what nobody says." And Tibbs is one of those guys who he's not pulling for the spotlight, but he does want to give his accolades. He wants his accolades when things are going well. So if the team is playing a little better, I think it's a better time for him to, kind of critique things that were said about him. But then when they were going so bad, so well, he said nothing about it. But as far as him coming straight out and talking about it, I wouldn't say it's a bad thing, because in my eyes, I look at it as he's hearing us. I look at it like that. He's hearing us. And if he's hearing us, maybe he can change. But I'm on the Steph thing here. It's a hard take on getting Tibbs ready to deal with exactly what's needed in the Obi Randle thing. And it's a hard take on him just totally changing. If you think about it, did he make these changes on his own, or were they due to injuries too recently? And I believe they were more due to injuries. They were forced upon him to make these changes. Because before anybody was hurt, you guys all know it. We all were, why is Tibbs running these same guys? What the hell? Seriously. But then when a couple of guys go down, he had to make these changes, and he did them, which makes him look good. But in the real sense, it was what had to be done. Now, I'm not saying he's a bad coach, but as far as what he said, I can say a couple of things. Is he paying attention to the wrong things? Should he be worried about more what's going on with the team than worrying about what fans are saying? Should he be trying to do the right things that's going to further get this team moving along? And is it bothering? I guess I can say I'm happy he brought it up, because it does let all the fans and the media know that he does hear us. Now, is he going to listen? That's another thing now, But as far as good and bad about it, I don't see it. I see it waving about 55% on the good and 50 on the still the same. Because just because he admitted that he hears this doesn't mean he's going to change much.
Oh no,
But
he's not changing anything. This is
that's
Tibbs.
what I'm saying.
Yeah,
But
no.
But due to the situations that are at hand, he has to make some changes, including what he had to do with Obi because Randle was out. He's gonna, but does he learn from seeing these things? That's the most important thing. Can just like you guys have said, can he find a way to make this thing work? Well, can we go back to last year? You make the playoff. Can you use that as a building block? Can you restore that? And early in this season, and in the middle when all the things were going on, it seemed like no. But here late, it seemed like he's trying to get it back under control. So, and then to hear the news that he is coming back, it might have been deflating to some fans and kind of relating to another. And that's understandable for each fan. They have their own thoughts about that. But in the overall picture, I say 55-50. It's not a big thing, but it is something. And at least he does have ears. Everything's not going on deaf ears. I put it like that.
There you go. I'm with you on that. And I don't necessarily. I mean, of course, I know he hears it. I don't think Tibbs would even bring it up. If I think Tibbs is bringing it up because it affects his players more than anything else. I think that's what he thinks about. But yeah, what do you think about that, D?
I don't think it applies to people like me and others that really sit down, and so I wasn't bothered by it. And I'm a film room junkie, so
right.
That's fine. I mean, he obviously feels a certain way. I know he's being pressed about the young guys and stuff like that, and obviously he has some feelings about that. And it could be a case where, and I'm just hypothesizing, but it could be a case where, we've been kind of telling you this throughout the whole time that the young kids need to get more burned because we see a lot of problems with them in certain areas in which you preach. You preach defensive intensity. You preach 94 feet of ball pressure. You preach locking down guys on the perimeter, and you have it available on your roster, but you're not using it. So, I mean, if he feels a certain way about that, I mean that's his own demons to go to bed with, but I ain't got no problem with it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What do you think, Staffer?
I loved it. I definitely loved it because, we as fans, and I want to make sure I preference my words correctly too. We as fans, we critique some of these guys like we be there in the locker room. And we should know how to do this and know how to do that when most of us don't even get to a level where he's at, and sometimes the narrative that some of us fans push, it sets a negative precedence of what we think, and say what people want to say. It does affect the players, to say that a certain individual does not clap for when another player enjoys to see them play is simply stupid. Because how you know that? Are you there in the locker room? Are you there when they going through the things that they go through the season to say that? We are on the outside watching the game. So I'm glad that he also said these things because we need everybody. And as he said last night, it's not an individual thing. It's a team thing. And then we nitpick, and then he also said it too, and we as fans do it too. We nitpick at every little small thing that we see in the game, right? But we don't know what really led up to it. That's why he said some of us don't even watch the game 2 and 3 times to see what really happened in that particular part of the game. You understand what I'm saying? So as fans, sometimes, man, we need to sometimes just kick back and let the professionals do their job. We as fans, we love to critique, you know what I'm saying? We love to give our ideas, but we are not there. You know what I'm saying? And it's all good to be a fan. And there's nothing wrong with giving your ideas and giving your critique. That's what we're here for. That's what fanatics are there for. You know what I'm saying? That's what we pay our money for. You know what I'm saying? That's why we pay league passes and all these things. And we have podcasters and all these things to critique. You know what I'm saying? But sometimes us fans and us even commentators, we go overboard. And that's where he's coming at with the affecting of the players. We tend to take things to a level that we're not supposed to go there. Like, for instance, I heard somebody said the injury to Julius Randle was a good thing. How could you wish somebody something like that, bro? And to say that about COVID also too. This is the thing that I'm talking about. You understand what I'm saying? As fans, that I think that he's saying to us fans to critique the game is fine, because you have to have critiques. You have to be critical of people's games. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just happy he did it, because sometimes enough could be enough and people hear it. He mightn't go on social media and look at it, you know what I'm saying? But he hears it, you know what I'm saying? And kudos to him standing on his word, and he do what something, you know what I mean?
He pick it up bad, bro.
Who, me? Say that again?
It might be you, D. You were your picture got a little pixelated, but you're back.
You break it up, Stafford. You got to fix your connection.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you still hear me?
Yeah,
Okay.
we hear you.
You're good. Now you're good.
D,
Oh,
your
okay.
picture. Yeah, your picture got a little
Yeah,
pixelated.
you was
My
glitching
fault.
a little bit.
My apologies.
Yeah, so I think that's what he was talking about, as far as he hear the opinions, he hear the things, he hear the coach, you know what I'm saying? But he's the one that's actually seeing these players. Because I don't think sometimes you're going to just put a rookie out there just to ruin his career, just to put him out there. You understand what I'm saying? He has to be ready. You know what I'm saying? And and then sometimes circumstances make you put players in. I'm not saying Tom Thibodeau is the big greatest coach and he doesn't do bonehead things, but sometimes you gotta let the professional do his professional. We as fans sometimes just need to censor what we say. You understand what I'm saying? Because it does affect people from coming here, and it does affect certain superstars from wanna be in here. You know what I'm saying? But we still, as fans, have the right to critique whatever that we see that is not right. You understand? Because we are paying our money also too. So that's my thing.
Go ahead, D. What were you gonna say? And
Yeah,
then,
I mean,
I'll introduce L, and then but before you go, L, I'm gonna say a couple things. But go ahead, D.
okay, yeah, real quick. I feel like the comments will only bother people that they feel that it's applicable to them.
True.
So if it's not applicable to that person, why should they even bother with the comment?
Yeah, I agree with that. I wasn't bothered at all by what he said. I was actually, I was happy to see him say it. Just like I get happy anytime I see Evan Fournier spill some beans or say something that maybe he shouldn't say because no one else is like a gag order. No one says anything, and Evan's like, "Yeah, we saw that the other day. Yeah, we didn't do the right thing. Yeah, we didn't hit." I like when Evan is candid and he says what's really going on. He's the only one on the team that says stuff. And so to hear Tibbs say anything that maybe he's thinking about or that is an issue that has never been addressed before, I was excited to hear him say anything. So, L, what's going on, brother? Hopefully you doing all right. Before I get your whole take on this, I just want to introduce you, see how you doing. What's going on?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm on my cell phone.
No, you good? You good,
bro?
bro?
I've been working, so it's getting close to the summertime.
Oh,
so
I hear you.
My hours is long, and I picked up helping a friend of mine with his restaurant. So
all right,
I've been over there.
Nice.
Yeah, so
yeah, that's good, man. I've been wondering where you at because I've been checking the show and stuff. I haven't seen you on as much. So I figured you got something going on. You're busy.
Yeah. That's why we did the show Thursday.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, I want to get your takes on your take on Tibbs and the social media thing and how you feel about it. But before I get into that, let me say this real quick, because then I know who I am, and the more time that goes by, I'm gonna forget, and then I'm like, damn, I didn't get to say what I wanted to say.
Yeah, senior moment.
Yeah, man, a lot of them. So let me say this. Damn, I'm trying to keep this as concise as possible. I think that what we saw last night with the young players, and I know Tibbs is kind of pointing to that because he was getting some flack, and obviously they brought that up in his press conference. The young players being out there was great. We finally got to see them in a moment where they could step up and show who they are. And a lot of people will say that they could always do this. I am not going to 100% say that. I'm going to give it pieces, right? I have been calling for moments where we've had games where Tibbs has done some crazy stuff with rotations. He's had dudes in foul trouble. He's had dudes injured. And while all this is happening, he's got a healthy Jericho Sims and a healthy Miles McBride sitting on the bench, and for whatever reason didn't play them. Do I understand that they didn't, and they still may not know the game the way they should yet to feel really comfortable with them? Yeah, of course. I agree with that. But do I think that in certain situations where we're getting killed by an offensive player, like I point back to the Lakers game where Malik Monk was lighting us up, and you got the Knicks worried about LeBron and Anthony Davis, but you had nobody to guard Malik Monk? Do I think that Cam Reddish at that time could have came in and helped with Malik Monk? Do I think that Deuce McBride could have came in and helped with Malik Monk? Yeah. And these dudes were sitting on the bench. So this is a situation where I'm saying guys may not be ready for what you see them in the overall picture as, but that doesn't mean you can't use them. You can't say, I've got a weakness here on this court and I got no answer for it. Let me go get Miles, put him in there for a couple minutes, put him on Malik Monk and see what he can do. Let me go get Cam Reddish, who is a 6'8" wing defender who can also score and has been in the league as long as RJ. And I definitely think that at least I know he's been around. He's been on a team. He's been in moments. Why wouldn't he use Cam? You know what I mean? Like, there's certain things that you're going to have to say, look, Tibbs, you can't get away with that. You can fool me once. You're not going to fool me twice. You fooled me all year. So I get it. I'm going to give Tibbs credit for certain things, on the organization credit. One of the things I think they did do that was good, sending Jericho Sims to the G League, getting him some time down there, I think that helped him. Do I think he had enough time down there? Probably not. He should have been down there even more, just as much as you sent Miles McBride down there. Do I think the time that Miles had down there helped? I definitely think it did, because I think as you see throughout the G League season, Miles kept working on different things. One game he would score. I mean, the first time he went down to the G League, he lit it up. Next game, he lit it up. And he's giving you assists and all that. Then a couple games ago, he decided to go assist heavy. He had 18 assists. Like each time he goes down there, he's working on something. But that doesn't mean he can't be on the court right now helping your team out. The defense, he don't need to work on the defense. The defense is there. That's Miles. Okay, so there's no reason why Tibbs couldn't have used him on certain players in certain spells. 5-6 minutes here, put him on the hottest young, put him on. I used Malik Monk. What about the Brooklyn Nets game when the dude Cam, whatever his name is, I forget his last name, when he lit us up? And I know not Miles McBride, Grimes was on him, and he was still lighting Grimes up, because Grimes, listen, Grimes is not a robot. He's got to learn too. He's got to learn how to play certain guys. And I bet you Cam Thomas, that's his name. I bet you one thing, the next time Grimes is matched up with Cam Thomas for an extended stretch of time, he plays him better because he's seen him. Like, you got to learn these players too. So I just think that there's situations where I'm going to give the Knicks credit. Developing Miles, I think, is something that they actually are doing by sending him to the G League and letting him get his minutes and learn certain things. I think they're actually doing that. What they've been doing with guys on the court, Julius, RJ, those guys are developing, but they're playing. What they're doing with Obi, I don't think Obi's developing. I think Obi is getting better because he's out there at different moments learning, but they're not doing anything to necessarily develop him. The Knicks haven't even put, I want to say the Knicks, Tom Thibodeau hasn't even put some of these guys in the right positions to play until now. We went a whole season not using Fournier the right way. Now you know exactly what Fournier is and what he can give you. We're playing him because he's like a JJ Redick, a Kyle Korver. He's that type of run around shooter. Get him open, let him shoot his threes, whatever. Sometimes he could break a guy off the dribble and get to the rim. But that's his game. That's it. You can't use him any other way. Other guys, RJ wasn't getting the ball, wasn't able to have the ball in the middle of the court to facilitate, to make moves. Now that you've done that since right before the All-Star break, look at how RJ's playing. I'm just saying they were not using their players right. They got Burks as the point guard. Burks is not a point guard. And I want to say this last thing about quickly before I move on to L. Oh, and I'll get to you, D, real quick. The way he's been using quickly all season, do I love it? No. Do I think Quickly's a point guard? No, I still don't think he's a point guard. Do I think he's getting better? Yes. I think he's getting better, guys. I'm not saying he's horrible. Would I rather have Quickly as the point guard than Burks? Hell yes, of course, because I don't like Burks as a point guard. And I think you get more from Burks when he's not. Just like I think what, and I don't want to confuse Knicks fans when I say this, fellow Knicks fans, should I say. Is Quickly a good player? Yeah. Can Quickly become an even better player? Maybe even a great player. I don't know. Maybe. But I like him as a shooting guard when he can attack, when Quickly can set you up, break you down on the dribble, just be aggressive with his shot. I think Quickly is a monster. And I think he has a lot in his tool chest, but I don't love him in the point guard role. People said last night Quickly looked great, and this has been there all along. Well, what did you actually see from Quickly? Quickly made smart decisions. Quickly shot the ball really well. And here's another thing that I thought that people weren't really paying attention to. D always talks about it. I've mentioned it. I hate it when Quickly dribbles around in circles. D always says he dribbles. And you know that. But guess what? Last night was the perfect time where Quickly's dribbling made sense because we were trying to get into the game. Then we got a lead and we were trying to hold on to that lead. So Quickly dribble was actually taking time off the clock. So giving Miami less time to get back in the game. This was the only time that I said, wow, this actually is working for this moment. And it paid off because the Knicks were able to hit their shots down the stretch with limited time on the shot clock. What if the Knicks miss these shots? Then we don't have much opportunity to score because he's dribbled the time away. We don't have good possessions, and then Miami gets back in the game, and then the game's over because we can't catch up at that point. Because once they would have gotten the lead and made a little run, we would have been done. But we were able to hold them off because we were hitting our shots. Quickly was making good decisions. Now, in the very end of the game, also you want to look at, people were saying, well, Quickly was facilitating. He was making the right play. Quickly finished with 3 assists. So, I mean, I'm not saying he wasn't doing smart moves, but it's not like, you know, what he did opened up the game for everybody else. No, Quickly was able to get to the rim, get his shot. His shot was clicking. He was making smart decisions. He was drawing fouls. He was getting to the line, knocking them down. And the dribble stuff for one night worked out perfectly because it took a lot of time off the clock and gave Miami less time in their possessions to come back. So at this point, I would say good job by Quickly. It worked. That's all I got to say about that, guys. I'm sorry it was a little long-winded, but I had to get that out. There's more, but I tried to keep it as concise as possible. All I'm saying is I don't want to give too much credit to Tibbs with the whole development thing because I think he's developed certain players. It's other players that I don't think have gotten enough development and or enough time because all Obi needs is time and the right opportunity to be a part of the offense in the right way. When you don't use him right, you get nothing from Obi. I don't care. You give Obi 30 minutes on the court with Randle and RJ and Fournier and watch him do nothing if you don't use him the right way. You got to use guys the right way. Yeah. So let me get over to D because I know you had something to say, and then we'll get over to L and see what L's take.
Okay, I'll be super quick. Two things that you said. One, the question you have to ask yourself, and this is where we become a little divided, right? Was this Tibbs' master plan, or as usual, was it done by default? You see, so that's something, you know, that has to be considered. Number two, about Quickly. If you notice Quickly in the fourth, he wasn't initiating the offense as much yesterday. Deuce had some turn at it. And when he did, he was running some action with RJ in the last couple of minutes and stuff like that. And it wasn't so much in his hand. Now, he still did dribble the air out of that damn shot clock a couple of times. He did take some bad shots. But that's why I like him in kill mode. That's why I don't understand why Deuce can't just control the offense, have him come off screens and actions and pin downs and curls and stuff like that, and just let him go to work. I don't understand why that can't exist. But yeah.
And L, are you ready to go?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean that nice little take you just had. How do I go behind that?
Sorry, bro. I was holding on to that for a bit. I was trying to let everybody speak, and I had to say it before I forgot. I just also want to say that good to D's point. Yeah, and then Miles McBride in 17 minutes, he finished with 5 assists. So 2 more assists than quickly. So you could tell that they were allowing him to get a little bit more love at the point guard position. So go ahead, L. My bad.
Yeah, I mean, you were spot on, Ron. Spot on about Obi. You know, like you said, like, you know, people on when we was talking about it on our show, I was talking about how you make the most of your time, and you know, guys took it out of character as saying, you know, Obi this, but you know, truth of the matter is, you got to make the most of your time or how much time you got. And like you just said, if he's being used wrong, but that's not up to me to say he's being used wrong, then he's ineffective. It's up to him to figure that out, or how to get himself involved if he's not being used right. That's what I was talking about with Obi, of him having his stamp on the game, you know. And then guys were like, oh, he's not being used right. Then, you know, it came to, well, you know, there's no plays being ran for Mitch. And Mitch has his stamp on the game one way or another, you know, rebounding, block a shot, you know, whatever, offensive rebound, or just playing some good defense. And those are the things that I ask for from Obi or whoever's in the game when they get in the game. And last night, them guys did their job. And I think as Knicks fans and a head coach, as you see Tibbs last night ripping into the social media, and you can be happy when you see the results like that. You can be happy. As far as Tibbs go, I ain't have no problem with it. It kind of made me laugh because he's right. You know, it's always a game playing. It's always a game within the game being played. And when you watch the game within the game, then you see that how beautiful the game is. And when it's played right, it's even more beautiful. It's like sweet science. Like when you're watching Floyd Mayweather and the boxing, it's sweet science. So when the plays and everybody doing their job, you get better results. The results is better. And so he's right. He's right. Now the problem is, it's like what you was talking about, Ron. His rotations suck. Because now last night he did good. He left McBride in the game and didn't pick Burks in the game because Burks chucks in the fourth quarter. So this is how he's been losing them leads. He gets the ball, takes it out, and goes right down the court and throws up a shot. That's chucking. That's not good ball movement. And then if he misses the shot, the other team goes down and they score. So we lost a lot of leads like that. And last night he left Deuce in the game and had him playing the point like you just said, and quickly coming off a lot of screens and pin downs, like my man D just said, pin downs. And it worked. It worked. Everybody did their job last night. Even RJ did his job. You know, he knew that they were sending double and triple teams at him, and he was able to get rid of the ball. Unlike Julius, when he gets caught in the moments, he doesn't know what to do with the ball. So it's all about making the right basketball read. That's the problem. You know, it's not that Julius want to be the man or whatever, because he might want to be the man. I'm not saying he don't want to be the man, but he just don't make right basketball decisions when he's put in them kind of situations. Right. So if it's him, he's turning the ball over as opposed to getting rid of it. Okay, here they come. I need to get rid of it because they froze out him and they froze out Fournier, and they pretty much told the rest of the guys to beat them, and the guys did. That's why I said, you know, kudos to them guys. Obi, all of them guys. Taj, Sims, Mitch, they all did their job last night. Every player on the team contributed last night. And that's what you want from your team. So as a coach, you can kind of go in that press conference and stretch your stuff. You know what I'm saying, Ron? He went out there shooting last night like, this is my team. You know, and that's why they bringing them back. Them guys are still playing. Ain't we like one of the best teams up there in the top from the All-Star break?
As far as defensive wise,
Everything. We in a lot of categories in the top.
yeah,
Since the All-Star
yeah,
break.
I think we came from 26 to 6 in defensive deficiency. I know that for sure.
The results, I know the results just haven't been in our favor because we've been losing a lot of games down the stretch, blowing a lot of leads.
Yeah.
But as far as the efficiency goes, he has a lot to point his finger at to say, like, this is what this team has been doing since the All-Star break. Because you judge on halves. So they say what you've done this for the first half. Okay, let's see what you do the second half. And the second half pretty much is keeping his job. We may not agree with it, but it is to when you point it out, when he tells you about the game within the game. This is why they bringing him back next year, because the guys are still out there playing. They playing.
Yeah,
them guys are still playing, so they know something we don't know. They know something that we don't know.
I'm gonna give Tibbs credit for that, L, because what I will say is we all can point to the fact that the Knicks still need a true closer out there that can help them in late games to pull these victories out. But I will say that the Knicks have done a much better job in the last, I don't know, 3 weeks or so in playing better in the fourth quarters to give them a chance to win games or close them out. Go ahead, D.
We're 7-11 since the All-Star break. Oh.
Okay.
Record-wise, it's not showing, but
yeah, it's not. The results is not. Like I said, the results is not showing in the wins. But as far as like the efficiency goes, defense-wise, they up there, and them guys is out there, and they competing. They out there playing. They know they out of it. They know they out of it.
L, I don't mean to cut you off, but I was just going to say before I forget, to your point, the Knicks have crept up a lot in some of these defensive categories, certain categories. But think about if you just look at the Knicks games, because you watch almost every game, I would assume. I mean, probably watch every game. Look at when a lot of this defensive stuff really has taken place. Look at who's on the court. Because say what you will, obviously right now, these past couple games with these young guys out there that are fresh and that are hungry and that are good defenders, you see it. But don't forget, before Cam Reddish went down, when you had Cam out there with Deuce, with Grimes, they was making some noise out there, because I know it cost me some money.
And
I have put a bet on the Clippers when the Knicks played the Clippers for guys to get a 3 in the second half. Luke Kennard, who shoots 44% from 3 for the season. They locked this dude that he couldn't even take a shot being in the second half. I was like, damn, they were all over these dudes. So I'm saying they make a difference. Go ahead, Stafford. My fault.
And talking about defense, right? We always get on Fournier. Look at Fournier now, making an effort to fight over screens, getting deflections, getting steals, right? So he and all is trying on it. Although he get beats like a wet fish. Don't get me wrong. He still get mad at, right? But at least you could see that how he's trying to make that, a defensive effort. I'm saying, getting the deflections and the steals. So, you got to give kudos to where it is, man. Either with the vets or the youngins. They making a defensive effort out there, and they still willing to play for this guy, man.
Right. L, I didn't want to cut you off. Did you have more to say?
Yeah, I was just talking about the guy, like even the young guys, like that was a good. We talking about defense. That was a good defensive team they had in there with McBride, Grimes, Taj, because he pretty much was the anchor of the defense, and he was putting them guys in position, and them young guys they knew they role, because there was a defensive effort as well as a shooting effort in that fourth quarter last night.
There was
them young bloods. They come into play. You know what I'm saying? They come into play.
Yeah. And I know Tibbs pulled them out at a certain point, but I think Jericho actually had a pretty good game last night as far as his mental mistakes that he makes because he's still young and finding it. I felt like he did less of that last night, and he was making some heady plays. And I don't know who talked to him about getting the Marcus Camby, Tyson Chandler tap back, but I like it. I think it helps him because some of these he can get to every rebound, but sometimes he just can't grab them. And I think that tap back helps him a lot, and it might take his game to the next level. As he gets more comfortable, he'll be able to grab the ones he can grab, and the ones he can't, he'll be tapping them. He might learn to be a beast on the board.
You know, Ron, I think that's a stat, yo. I think that's a stat, if I'm not mistaken, yo. If you could pull that up, I think that's a stat. Like tap backs, I think
That's
they
you get credit for the rebound. They give you credit for the rebound.
Yeah, I think that's a stat.
Right,
too.
that's an
So,
offensive
you know,
rebound.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So all of that. You know what I mean? Kudos to him, man.
Yo, you know what I like, guys? I like that they making Tibbs, they forcing his hand. If this wasn't going to be how he was going to coach, he's forced now. You know what I mean? Obi's forcing his hand. McBride just forced his hand because that was the first time McBride finished the fourth quarter and he left Burks on the bench.
Third time.
That's the third time, D? And he left Burks on the bench.
And
So
let me spit a stat to you real quick. And shout out to Foxy. He's the one that gave me the stat. The Knicks are 5-0 when Deuce McBride plays 15 minutes or more.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
You know, and I wanted to chime in on that because I was listening to L and John. I want to say both sides. As L said, yeah, it's okay for Tibbs to say something and to the media. And you guys, what I want to say to that? Well, most coaches will when you win it. He will. It's not necessarily tooting your horn, but it's patting yourself on the back and letting people know, let me do this. I got this. But in John's case, was this done by default? There's ways to look at this in a sense on both sides. Because to me, most of these changes were done by default. Because it's been plenty of time for teams to do this in the regular season. And these were the times when the fans were on it. And he said nothing, guys. He didn't address the fans then. Now that the changes have been made by default, he says something. I'm not taking anything away from him. But there's a time to speak and there's a time to be quiet. Because if your job's in jeopardy, you don't want to toot your horn too much because people are going to really be on you like, what are you talking about? We're losing. But when you're winning, you can say the good things that are happening on the team. And I just want to throw this out to you. The day that Randle went out, the last game was against Utah. And Toppin had 13 minutes in that game, and he scored 9 points. Well, the next game was against Atlanta. He only played 24 minutes. He shot 71% from the field, but he had 10 points. Those other two games are the ones that I just called out, where he actually had 18 points, 15 points, and he shot 72% and 60%. And him being in the game is by default, remember. Randle was hurt. So now, Tibbs is going to take that credit. But before then, he had 13 minutes, 9 minutes, 14 minutes, 8 minutes, 15 minutes. His production was way down, guys. Tibbs was not using it. Now, since Randle has been out, Tibbs using him correctly, his numbers are showing. So I want to definitely go back to John's take on the default issue.
Oh, I think you mean Ron.
Yeah, I'm not taking it away from Tibbs, but it seems like when he's forced to have to do it, he'll do it, and then when it shows good, he's got his chest stuck out. Well, we've been crying for this all year. We've been crying for these things all year, including McBride. So,
but see, that's what the thing that Ron was just saying too about when you get in the game, we don't know what goes on. So it may be a reason why he doesn't play these guys because we don't know what's going on. We don't see. So all we see is that the player in front of him is playing bad. So you say, all right, automatically put the next guy in. That's what you're supposed to do, right? That's what you're supposed to do, right? So, but
so let me answer your question, Werwa, right? If you have Kemba Walker and Evan Fournier on the court together, and you realize that is probably the worst defensive backcourt in the league, and you're a defensive coach, and you have guys on the bench that are good, possibly great on-ball defenders, why would you not play them?
Yeah,
I talked about seniority. They use that seniority rule in sports too. I know it's mumbo jumbo. It's mumbo jumbo, but that's why you see Julius. That's why they automatically said, "All right, Julius, this is your team. RJ, you 1A." You know what I'm saying? But it wasn't until Randle went out that RJ stepped up.
L, let me ask you this: does seniority come in effect when it comes to wins and losses and keeping your job?
It ain't supposed to.
That's right.
Right.
The reason I say that,
and that's what we knock with Tibbs. That's what we knock with Tibbs. See,
that's
my
what
thing
I'm
is,
saying. And
my thing is this: when
John is saying,
when your number is called, do your job. So this is the thing that I like, that I'm loving right now, that these guys is actually stepping up and they're showing why their numbers should have been called. You know, that's what I'm liking right now. You know, McBride, Obi, you know, these guys, Jericho, these guys are showing why their numbers should have been called maybe early in the season.
Proving the point, right?
Yeah, but it's up to them. They got to do that, D. If they go out there and they lay eggs, then it's only going to prove Tibbs right.
Exactly.
They got to go out there and they got to take advantage of the minutes that he's giving them right now, because they have to make the most of the minutes.
But that has to be understood, though, that because they are young and they're still developing, they're going to have bad lapses. So, because the reason why I say that is because if we follow the logic and say, well, okay, they're going to show improve, right? But what if they have a bad game? Does that excuse now Tibbs to reverting back to his old habits and not letting the evolution of the young guys happen before our eyes? You see?
That does not excuse him from doing that, but at the same time, you don't want to still throw the young guys out there and have them, you know, ruin their reputation, because sometimes you can't just, as D was saying, or somebody was saying earlier, just to put them out there, just to put them out there. You understand what I'm saying? You have to earn, you know what I'm saying, what
that's not happening here.
Say that again?
Earning is not happening here, bro.
Well,
there's agendas.
Like that.
There's agendas.
Like that, yeah.
It's agendas, but I don't know about earning.
Yeah.
In my eyes, I always felt the best players play.
Right.
Now, we don't see practices. No, we don't. But then you see the eye candy on the floor. And it's easy for us to say and critique, man, why you hadn't been playing this guy?
Well, you know what, Marvin? I'm just so you can, I'm not going to trying to cut you off, but you're right. And that's how Tibbs thinks too. The best players play, but the best overall players play in Tibbs's eyes. And I think Tibbs needs to look more at game time situation. What's going on? Who's the best player at specific moments? I think if he would have done that, we would have had a chance to win more games. He sticks with these guys because maybe they are the best overall players at that, you know, for the game itself, for playing basketball. But that doesn't mean they're the best player to put out there at certain moments.
Yeah, and I might address that. I might address that wrong, because I really wanted to say the best players for the best situation play. Meaning, if you need defenders, if you need to stop a run,
I'm with you on that.
You need to put the guys in that you know can handle that situation. But and I go back to John again. Is Tibbs the one? I mean, here's the deal, guys.
Ron.
If you start off next year,
Ron, yeah.
I'm sorry,
but I appreciate it, John. I know love it. He's probably loving it in the chat. Yo, I'm not even dead. They talking about me.
Well, it's still starting over fresh next year with a fresh roster. Will Tibbs still remember these times? Will he still let these guys play, or will he avert back to his old ways?
Well, as what Worldwide said, right? It's a seniority thing, and it's a pecking order thing, and it's a salary thing. You understand what I'm saying? So if you have these guys that's making the big salary, and that's what they are paying them for, they will play. You understand? And whoever fits the role to be a role player, and whoever he feels like to fit that and is going to help them to win, he's going to implement them. But I don't know. That question is a kind of tricky question, because we don't know what changes is coming in the off season, who is going to be here, who's not going to be here, how the rotation is going to look. Cam is still injured. We don't know how his shoulder is going to look. We don't know if we're going to resign him. You understand? There's a lot of, you know what I'm saying, the whole draft thing. Who we going to pick in the draft? Is it going to be a hit? So, I mean, who is going to get traded? You know, it's a whole thing until, you know, we get to see where we at next year.
So I just want to.
Yeah, D.
Okay, thank you.
And does seniority equate to winning? Is that more important, guys?
I think that's circumstantial, because it depends on your roster. But the whole thing is this, and this is how you have to see things in a big picture, right? Here's the big picture. Are these guys going to bring you to the promised land that Tom is playing over 25, 30 minutes a night?
Yeah,
but it's not Tom though.
Wait, hold on.
It's the front
Dude,
office.
No. You don't know that,
No, I
first
don't
of
think
all.
I think it's Tom.
Second of all, we're gonna clearly hypothesize that it is Tom because he's the one that's allocating the minutes. I don't think the front office has a gun to a head and saying play Evan 35 minutes tonight, Tom. And Tom's like, okay. I don't think that's happening. So he's allocating the minutes of the guys in which he feels. Here's my point. Do you believe that these guys will bring you somewhere? Yes or no?
Right.
It's yes or no. Because if it's no, and they're not going to bring you anywhere, then what the hell is the point of playing them all these minutes when you got a group of young guys? And these young guys may not amount to nothing, but you at least experiment and gamble on that because they are young, they have room to grow, and you're not going anywhere anyway. So you might as well exhaust them for the rookie contracts and have them ball out as best as possible and take it where it goes.
Facts.
Well, the only thing I'm going to say is, look,
Randle.
I don't. Tibbs is the coach. Tibbs is a really good NBA coach. Do I think he makes all of the proper in-game adjustments? No. I think he has some lapses. I think he kind of gets a little tunnel vision with his guys. And sometimes I guess he's been on teams where he's seen guys fight through certain situations. It's kind of like a coach who, not that Tibbs does it. He's the opposite of that. But I'm saying a coach who lets his guys play and he sees the other team is coming back, but he won't call a timeout because he wants his guys to fight through it and get it back on their own. Tibbs is like that on the court with the way he uses some of his guys. Like when there's some adversity, he calls the timeouts, but I'm saying he sticks with the same guys and he doesn't make the changes because somehow he feels that this group is still the best group for him. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think he needs to make a little bit more in-game adjustments. I think he needs to be a little bit more situational. And I think if he does that, he can improve. He's never going to be one of these young, new style coaches that gets the game and sees it in a different way. He's just not, it's not him. But if he can incorporate a little more of that into the mix, that's all I'm asking for, then I think that would help him tremendously.
I think we also seen a little change in him too, yo. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but Staffer, before you I'm going to let you continue. Remember, what we're seeing right now is not necessarily all a Tibbs thing. This is where you do see the front office did come into play here. They decided a couple weeks ago to start playing more of these young guys because they see where the season is going, and they said, you know what, we're winding down. We still have a chance to make the play in, but let's start using Jericho. Let's see a little bit. That's front office and Tibbs together. That's not Tibbs because it was up to Tibbs. He would still be rocking the way he's rocking.
And that's the point I was trying to make. That's the point I was talking about. Yeah.
So I mean, that's my point is that now he's been in a situation where he's forced to use more of these guys, at least see more of them. Do I think he thinks that they're ready? No. I think he still thinks they're not ready yet, but they are improving. And you could see, look, give credit where credit is due. That defense that they were playing last night, that was Tibbs' defense. It's just now he's got better guys out there to orchestrate. That's why they look good. Partially because of who they are as players, but they look good in what Tibbs got them doing. And he's a smart defensive coach. But now when you got the horses, when you got the McBrides and the Grimes out there doing things, when you got Sims being very active, and I see there's a couple people waiting backstage. Give me 1 second. I'm going to get you gentlemen in here. You definitely start to see the fruits of Tibbs's defensive coaching, like what he does out there. When he's got the weapons, he can do some things. Like Miami was stuck. And you see, I mentioned this before the game. I think, who did I talk to? Oh, I talked to Uncle Freezy right before the Knicks game. And I said, the fact that they don't got Tyler Hero out there tonight is big for them because a lot of scoring. Two, with everything, the controversy that's happening with Miami, I expect Jimmy Butler to go off. Jimmy Butler had 30, so I was right about that. With the controversy that's happening and the fact that RJ lit Jimmy Butler and Miami up for 46 last game, I was like, I expect Jimmy Butler to lock RJ down. Guess what? He locked RJ down, as well as the double teams and everything else they sent there. So all of this, you could kind of see it coming, right? But the other thing was, I know RJ got lit up again by Jimmy Butler. He lit him up the first time too, by the way. But this time he also got into early foul trouble, and RJ was kind of like trying to stay back and not get into more foul trouble because he knew he was the only other guy out there that we needed. We didn't have Julius. And then later, when the fouls wasn't so much of an issue, he was still getting lit. So Jimmy knows how to get to RJ and get what he wants on the court. RJ needs to work on that. And if RJ can't do what he did last night, there was a moment where Jimmy Butler went right past him and RJ was screaming for help. No, you got to do a better job of playing defense on your man. So you can't always depend on your fellow man to help you out unless you know that person is definitely there. You got to do what you got to do and try to play better defense on a guy without getting in more foul trouble. So that being said, let me do a quick shout out to guys in the chat real quick. This is from earlier. I started you guys because I want to make sure I acknowledge you. Delano Steele, Be Civilized, Stephen Fox, Keith Turner, E. Gibson, Rich Boy, D-Ras, Osaduke, Cully, Mark Butler, Big Mike, Pete Panagiotopoulos, what's going on? Anointed for D or for this. Our Future Media, Trey Carter, Pudge Nice, Julian Blum, Jeremy Nussbaum, JJ, Kaiser Sorsay, Looking Good Doing It, No Cap Sports Talk, Harlem Girl, what's going on? Poopzilla, Damien, Neville Humphreys, Troy Flett, Paris Duggar, Wilson Dang, Francisco Carrillo, Keyshawn, Garden of Knicks Podcast. What's up, Tone Wu? Wayne, Damien, Robert Bruce, Davon Fisher, and lastly but not leastly, these two gentlemen, Mr. Ronald Cleveland, man, and the podfather himself, Mr. Simeon Russell. Nothing But Knicks is in the building.
Big up the Godfather, Mr. Simeon. Big him up.
Fire, rhythm beats.
Big him up. Big up the general.
I know y'all came in here because y'all got a lot to say. I know you know what? You seen something triggered you.
Yo, can I finish? Before the All Stars go, can I get my little tiny about the seniority real quick before we go to Ron and Sam, before we go to the Godfathers? I wanted to bring up the seniority thing, right? And the reason why I give y'all a point of the seniority thing, you know how the season started. You had Kemba, right? So then he benches Kemba. He puts in Burks into the position. But think about this. Times when you needed somebody or was a blowout game, Grimes was always that one player that came off the bench first as far as the rookies go, right? So Tibbs kind of always had him in the back of his mind as him bringing him along, you know. And when he benched Kemba, the process was he felt Burks and Rose was going to be there. Then Rose go down. Then he went to Grimes, and Grimes kind of, you know, made him happy about putting him out there to the point when he got Cam in. He said, "There's no place for Cam because Grimes earned that spot." So I say all that to say, when them guys get in there, you right now force Tibbs to make the decision that he wouldn't have had to make, or he wouldn't have made during the regular season. Now he's forced to make some extra minutes. Now he's forced to leave Grimes out there. You know, he was forced to leave Cam out there. Just force his hand, and then we see what happened. Obi is definitely making it tough, making it hard on front office and Tibbs moving forward. But that's it. I just want to say that real quick. What's up, Ron? What up, Sam?
Ain't much worldwide. What's going on with your partner?
What's good?
Chilling.
So get ahead, Ron. What's your takes? What you got stored up? Because I seen you was in the chat earlier. I thought you was gonna come in then because I see this today has been a really great show. People have a lot of great takes. Knicks for life, Chuck. I saw he jumped in backstage and then he jumped out. I think something was said. He was like, "Nah, I got to jump on." But then I guess the conversation changed. He's like, "Okay, I'm good."
Man, hey. Before I eat at the dinner table, man, you know I gotta wash my hands before I get to that food. You know what I mean? Shout out to everybody on the panel, man. D's balling, I see you.
What's up, Ron? How are you?
Steph, I see you in the building. Worldwide, my man, Ron, still a Knicks fan. Hey, that name, hey, man. Shout out to you, boy. That's Ronaldo in Spanish. If you don't know, now you know. And my man, Sim, and who's that up top? I heard him talk. He got a long name.
Oh, that's Marvin, man. Marvin's a great dude. He always calls in on Sim's show. He's always in the chat, and then eventually he found his way to us over here at Still Knicks Fans. Appreciate Ron. I mean, Marvin. Sorry. See, now I'm calling you a different name, Marvin. How you like that?
Hey, that's cool.
Hey, man. I tell y'all, for me, and D's know where I stand on this. I've been saying this for a while, man. Oh man, them young guys, man. That's all I got to say, man. Them last 3 games, man. Them young guys is what I wanted to see. You know what I mean? Since that All-Star break, when it looked like this thing, let's not sugarcoat it. Where we was at that All-Star break, this thing had looked so bad. It looked like Dolan might come in and clear complete house, just clean this thing up. We were terrible, and we all was saying it, man. The masses of the fan base was pretty much in unison that it was time to let these young guys play, because we saw. And see, the problem is when you have evidence, it's hard to deny what you see. And even coming into the training camp, even the summer league, and watching them guys, man, I remember saying then, I said, "Ooh, Grimes and McBride coming for somebody's job," because it was evident. You saw how hard them guys played defensively, and the offense, just what they wanted shooting wise, what they went out to get. Both of them guys were high-level three-point shooters in college, Grimes and McBride. So when I looked at that, I'm like, okay, you know, and Kimba kind of fell in our lap. You know what I mean? And I felt like what should have happened is we knew Derrick Rose was coming back. McBride should have been the second in that second unit coming off. That's what I thought would have happened. Because his defense was just undeniable, that you don't bury that on the bench. And Sim, you know, as a coach, every team needs that guy that's willing to run through a wall defensively, and one that has that ability to do that. Like that kid, man. That kid don't cheat. A lot of players don't want. And I said it yesterday. A lot of players don't want to fight through the screen. A lot of players don't want to go over the top. They want to cheat. But this guy makes up for a lot of people's deficiencies too. You know what I mean? So when I looked at that, man, and last night, and I put it in the chat, last night was the perfect litmus test. If these guys can play against Miami, and whatever the wins, losses, I wouldn't even think about that. Just that they played. But to beat Miami, a team that Tom Thibodeau been 0-5 against since he got it, he haven't beaten them. But look who he beat them with, and how them guys won. Them guys actually bucked the trend. We were down and we came back. The Knicks normally fold in games like that. And one could argue, if we had that same lineup that we've been running all season, not these young guys last night, we lose that game. Yep. That's my thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's definitely a shot. There's definitely a you know, who knows how the game could have turned out. You know, I think one thing that we definitely have a problem with, especially against really good teams in the NBA, is closing out games in the fourth quarter. The Knicks did a really good job of clamping down and making sure that they did what they needed to do to not only take the lead, but secure the victory. So that was great by these young kids. And, you know, regardless of whether it was the young kids or not, I think it's also a team that has been doing better in the fourth quarters lately. And I think they're also a team that has seen Miami Heat so many times. Like, at some point, you're going to get it. Now, who knows? We could play Miami tomorrow and we would get blown out. But, like, the point is, at some point, you're going to be able to put it together. And if you play the proper defense, they had a situation, like I said, without Tyler Hero, who was one of their best scorers. And I'm surprised that you know, they didn't do better against us earlier. In the fourth quarter and the third quarter, I could understand because the defense intensity was ratcheted up. We played much better against them. But, yeah, it was a good job by the Knicks. Sam, Mr. Nothing But Knicks himself, what's going on, brother? What's your takes? I know you chomping at the bit because I seen you in the chat a little bit. You had some stuff.
You know, shout out to everybody that's on the panel. Thank you all for giving some content, man. Love to be able to wake up and hear some good content. I just disagree with a lot of people. I'm one who believes that Tom Thibodeau has been playing the kids most of the season. I just feel like he hasn't been playing the kids that people want to see out there on the floor. 40% of our 10-man rotation before Quentin Grimes ever touched the floor, 40% of that rotation were third and second-year players. Emmanuel Quickly's in the second year. Obi Toppin's in the second year. R.J. Barrett's in his third year, right? Mitchell Robinson, I think, is in his fourth year. I mean, that's 40% of your rotation of young players. I think people forget about Mitchell Robinson and R.J. Barrett being young players because they've been on the team, but they're still young players. Emmanuel Quickly is older than R.J. Barrett. Quentin Grimes is the same age as R.J. Barrett. Deuce McBride is the same age as RJ Barrett. Jericho Sims is older than RJ Barrett and the same age as Mitchell Robinson. So these are young guys that have been playing basketball. Now, could you argue that there, were times throughout the season where, the Knicks were down 20 with 2 minutes left and Tibbs waited until that 2 minutes to get Deuce in the game or waited till 46 seconds? Yep. And I think those were mistakes, right? He should have put them in a little bit earlier because the game was out of hand. You know what I mean? And I definitely agree with that. But also, you don't know what the process was for when you talk about developing a player between Leon Rose, the coaching staff, et cetera, and what they seen coming out of training camp, what they seen in practices, et cetera, said, we think we need to do this with Deuce McBride. We think we need to do this with Jericho Sims, right? Before we believe that they're going to get and be able to really produce in the game. So people want to see them early in the season. And if we did see him, we might have said, oh, this guy ain't ready. They need to do something else. But now they come along and we start to see him in games. We're like, well, how come they didn't play then? The fact is that we don't know exactly what those developmental plans were for those players. So I'm willing to accept where they are right now because I believe the reason that they were able to produce like that last night is because they were being developed all along. And so now you got to a point where it's like, I got to throw these guys out there. Let's see if they can do it now. They've done this. I've seen this. I've seen that. You know what I'm saying? Let's throw them out there. Sometimes you just got to wait your turn. It's like that everywhere. You might think you earned something. Somebody else might not think you're ready. It's like that in basketball. It's like that in the real world. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you got to wait your turn. And then when you get your turn, you better make sure that you're doing your thing out there so that the coach can't take you off the floor. The coach has to keep you out there because there are little things that happen on the court that sometimes we as fans don't even see. We don't even know what happened. We don't even know what took place. There's something that the coach said, Obi, I want you to do this. And he didn't do it. We think he did everything right, but the coach is like, I asked you to do this several times and you didn't do it.
True.
I asked you to make this rotation. I asked you to make that rotation. We don't see all of those things because we don't know the details. They know the details. So I think as far as the young guys, I think, there have been mistakes made throughout the season. That's going to happen, right? He made plenty of mistakes on who he should have subbed, when he should have subbed, who he took out of games at certain times. When you're a coach, you got to make that call. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to make you're going to do some good things as well. You know what I mean? Plenty of mistakes made, but I think the young guys are coming along well. Look at RJ, right? He's played 2 seasons. Under 2 of his 3 seasons, he's played under Tom Thibodeau. We're talking about the possibility of him being an all-star next year. You know what I'm saying? And part of that, not all of it, most of it is due to RJ putting in the work, but part of that is Tom Thibodeau, right? We're talking about Quentin Grimes should be a starter for this team. Part of that is Tom Thibodeau.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, when we're saying that Jericho Sims could possibly be a starter to replace Mitch, part of that is Tom Thibodeau. You know what I'm saying? So I just don't agree with the whole thing when you say, he's not developing the youth, because I think that he is. Emmanuel Quickly, you have people saying he should be the starting point guard, right? Last year, people were like, I don't know about that. He's a little crazy. He's erratic. Now you have more people saying he should start. Yeah, the point guard right there. He should start. A lot of that is due to Tom. I mean, we say Evan Fournier should have been taken out earlier in the season, right? Because he wasn't shooting well. Emmanuel Quickly wasn't either. He was playing worse than Evan Fournier early in the season. Tom Thibodeau stuck with him, a second-year player. He stuck with him. Continued to give him minutes. Continued to play him down the stretch in crunch time. Now look what he's doing. So I just think I think I don't think it's true. You know what I mean?
But you know what,
I agree with you 100%. I agree with 100% what you just said, yes, Tim. And I think you echoed the same thing that I said earlier, right? With they talking about they not developing the kids. You know what I'm saying? And it was a good thing. Go ahead, Ron.
No.
The thing is,
Oh, sorry, I forgot. We both named Ron. Damn it! One of us got to change, Ron.
hey, I got to
bro.
change it with that Coach C.
I wanted to get to D because he had his hand up before. What did you want to say, D?
I got you. Sim, first of all, nice to meet you. I've never talked to you before, and I'm glad to kick it with you right now. It depends who you're bringing that to, because, for example, like myself, I think RJ has the most minutes on the team this year, if I'm not mistaken. He leads the team in minutes. So I think certain fan bases do think that way. And I think that there are other fan bases that also think, too, that certain moves should have been done a little bit earlier. That could have heated you the same result. So a perfect example, right? If you have a backcourt, and you're a coach, and I'm a coach, so we know this very well. If you have a backcourt that is defensively inefficient, and you have guys on your bench that forget about if they can score, forget about if they could pass, forget about if they could dribble, if they can just guard the ball 94 feet and keep guys in front of them and make the job easier for Mitch when he has to weak side rotate, or Julius when he has to rotate weak side, would you not implement that earlier at least spot minutes, so you do gain them the ability to evolve and develop and learn the game a little bit better? Because what do rookies say? They always say the game is too fast, and damn, these guys are strong. So you definitely want to get them in as much as possible, and especially if they're servicing needs that you need on the basketball court. I'll give you another example. If Noel only played, I think he's only played twice consecutive games this year, if that, right? So you put all those minutes on Taj, right? Taj is 35 years old. You're going to tell me you couldn't put in Sims 5, 7, 8 minutes just to get wet out there, just for him to feel himself? So now when the season comes, right, he knows the scheme. He knows, okay, I need the weak side rotate here. I know I got to communicate here. I got to set this hard screen here. Would you not agree to that?
I agree. And I think he did. He didn't do it with Deuce. But I think if you go back early in the season, you seen Quentin Grimes start to get a couple of minutes, right? Here and there. He was getting a few minutes out there. Jericho Sims, he started getting some minutes early in the season. As soon as Nerlens Noel went down, one of the first people he went to was Jericho Sims. Maybe he didn't like some of the things that he saw from Jericho. Jericho was a little bit nervous from the beginning, right? And so he said, well, let me go with Taj. So I do think that some of those guys, Quentin Grimes, Jericho Sims, not Deuce. I thought that, he waited a little bit long on Deuce. He didn't throw Deuce out there, because there were times when I thought Deuce should have been out there playing, especially in situations where either the Knicks were up big or the other team was up big, right? So I thought he didn't do it with Deuce as much. But with Jericho Sims and Quentin Grimes, I thought he did try to pepper them in some to get them ready for, times when they would be able to come in and play the basketball game. I think he did. You can't do it with everybody. That's the hard part. And when you have guys that deserve to play, that's what makes it difficult. And why this front office has got to clean up the roster a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Because when you got guys that deserve to play and you can't get them out there, that's really when the chirping is going to start. Well, hey, this guy ain't doing this guy ain't doing that. But we've seen Tom Thibodeau, who's been around the league for a while, like to try to let guys play through their struggles. You know what I'm saying? If he didn't let Emmanuel quickly play through the struggle, and he just said, okay, I'm done with this. We're going to mess around and see what Deuce has. Man, he probably wouldn't be doing, he wouldn't have did what he did last night, most likely. You know what I'm saying? I think it's a fine line you got to toe, and it's not easy. You know what I'm saying? It's just not easy. And I do believe in the philosophy that you got to make it, when people hear earn it, I think people only hear the effort that you put in on the court or the effort that you put in practice. I think there's more to earning it. I think there's also a respect factor of, you have some guys who's been in the league a little bit. I'm going to give them the respect, and I'm going to give them a chance to do what they need to do. You're a young guy. You're going to get your chances, but you got to wait.
Okay.
You heard Deuce say,
and that's exactly what they told McBride.
Yeah, that's exactly what
they told McBride.
You just got to wait your turn. Stay ready. I think there's something to it. Like I said in the chat, and I think most of us probably been through it. When I was a kid, and I would go to the court, all the older dudes, it didn't matter if I was better than them or not. Most of the dudes out there, half of them I was better than, but they said, nah, you got to sit down and wait. You got to wait. You got to wait. know what I'm saying? You got next game. And then some more older dudes come up like, nah, you got next game. Nah, you got next game. You know what I'm saying? And it took a while for me to finally, nobody was there and they had to pick me. You know what I'm saying? And so then even when I came back still, it was like, nah, you got next game. Until after, you know, a few times they were like, yo, Shorty can really ball. So now they start picking me before some of the older dudes out there. I think it's a rite of passage too.
You know one thing, Sim, man, that I really want to hear people stop.
I'm sorry, Rob. It does make it difficult when you have some young guys that can ball, but I do think there's something to building a young player's character through that rites of passage.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
So now, but what would be the excuse if you're playing Evan Fournier 30 minutes and he's not shooting well, and you know he couldn't guard a cup of water on his best day?
Ain't no excuse.
I get it.
Well, I'm trying to understand the logic.
That's where you started to see Quentin Grimes being peppered in. I mean, we're talking earlier in the season, in like maybe December. We see Quentin Grimes playing some clutch minutes over Evan Fournier.
Sometimes.
So I do think it's, you know, you started to see him get peppered in there and you know, play. Now there were moments when Evan Fournier wasn't playing well, and he put him back in the game. Alec Burks as well, Julius Randle. And I agree with that, but I do think that he was working and trying to pepper these young guys in and get.
Okay, and what about the case with Cam Reddish then? Because it took Cam quite a while in order to try to get something, knowing that we did need his skill set, we did need his length, we did need his ability to play small ball forward with some of these other teams like Phoenix and stuff of that nature. So why did that take so long?
Yeah,
I see what I'm getting at?
I think that's a tough situation, but I think it's kind of the same thing. Right, I know people are going to look at Derrick Rose and say, well, with Derrick Rose got on the team, he came right out there and played 20 minutes. We didn't have as much talent then, in my opinion. And obviously, you know, he has a relationship with Derrick Rose. I think with Cam, you know, there was a conversation with the front office and Tom Thibodeau to say, hey, you know, I got Quentin Grimes out there. I got Emmanuel Quickly. I got all these guys. And now you want to bring Cam Reddish in for a guy who has not been playing in rotation. He's going to have to wait his turn just like everybody else. I feel like with the young guys, this is part of Tom Thibodeau's, the way that he develops the young players and their character for the game. Yeah. But Cam Reddish, he got some minutes.
I want to ask you a question.
Yeah. Let me finish this. Cam Reddish got some minutes, right? He played, I think, you know, in the second game, I think he played maybe 8 to 10 minutes in the second game. And then he didn't play. He went, you know, a couple of DNPs. But then he started to get some minutes. I mean, yes, it was when somebody else went down, but that's the way that young players get minutes in this league. He wasn't playing that all for Atlanta until somebody else got hurt. Then he stepped in. Other than that, he wasn't playing.
Well, you do have to admit that these guys were not playing well, especially the first half of the season, which did warrant in order to see these minutes. So I feel like the thing is that I think where we diverge is that I feel like it took Tom a lot longer to make these snappy decisions, than as opposed to later on in the season.
Well, Sim did say that. Sim agreed with you on that. He did. I heard him say that.
No. He mentioned that he's been peppering them throughout the year, and I felt that that's not the case. It was actually longer than that.
It was due to injury.
Hold on one second, Marvin. Let me let just Ron say what he was trying to say something before, and then we'll get to you.
I'm gonna tell y'all this, man. What I want to focus on for me personally with this team, man, I'm looking at the positives, man. We all know that it's well documented what Tiv didn't and what Tiv did do. But let's evaluate these players, where we see these players at, what we expect going forward, what would make us happy. Let's talk about that, man. And I'm gonna tell you, for me, and I'm gonna start with Obi. Obi Toppin, man. I'm gonna tell y'all like this. I don't want to hear nobody call that kid a bust, man. It's unfair to call a player, any player, not just Obi, any player a bust that ain't even finished their first contract. You can't throw that label on somebody, man. And what I like about Obi, similar to Mitchell Robinson, Obi is able to score and plays ain't being ran for him. He makes his scoring happen. And that is something that this New York Knicks haven't had on this team. Man, I would venture to say since Marcus Camby. We hadn't had that type of player, man. And shout out to Obi, man. This front office got some tough decisions to make in the offseason. And I said this when I had the show, Sim. and right or wrong, but it is what it is. And we all know it's an elephant on this team. It's an elephant in the room. Mm-hmm. You got two guys at the power forward position, and at some point they're gonna meet at that intersection.
That's right.
And a choice is gonna have to be made. Do you go with the guy that you know had all these accolades, or do you go with the younger guy, you know, in time in the league that you gotta find out about this kid because year 3 is coming up. Yep. You know what I mean? And then where are you as a franchise? And we all can admit the New York Knicks is far away. And so when I look at the other guy, and no not to him, because 20-10-5, man, that's awesome. That ain't easy to do in this league. But when I look at his timeline, it's a lot like the situation we had when Melo was getting up there and this team was starting to, you know, look like they needed to rebuild. You don't hold on, man. The smart front office knows when to move on of players, even when they're still good.
Yeah.
To keep your things still moving.
2023. I think that's when that critical timeline is going to come. 2023. The reason why I point to that is because when you look at the salary cap situation for the Knicks, you know, in 2023, right now, as it is right now, they have $40 million guaranteed dollars. That's it, $40 million. All right, and that's between Julius Randle and Evan Fournier. So I think that's going to be the year, this summer of 2023, when they really make the decision to say, are we going anywhere with this squad or not? So I think you're going to see them play next year, and then they're going to make a decision. And if the decision is not, if they're not playing well and they don't think they can go anywhere, you might see it happen by the trade deadline. You know what I'm saying? But I think that's when the decision is going to be made, that summer of 2023. And you know, like I said, it could happen towards the trade deadline. You know, I did want to swing back just a little bit. You know, we're talking about the young players and the young guys. I mean, you know, I feel like, you know, I'm not upset that he tried to allow some players to play through their struggles, because if he would have sat down RJ Barrett, people would have been heated, because there was a point in time where RJ was struggling. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, none of the players are, you know, we know about Evan Fournier and his defensive stuff, you know what I'm saying? But if you're trying to build some kind of chemistry with your team, you say, you know, I gotta let it ride out. I gotta see what happens. You know what I mean? I don't know, you know, with what went on with Kemba, because you can argue and say, well, you know, he took Kemba out early. I agree, he did. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what all went on there. I feel like it's more than just the basketball court. You know what I'm saying, with Kemba Walker, but I won't even go there. You know, just personality things in the locker room and, you know, with coaches or whatever. So I don't want to speculate too much on that because I don't know any facts. Okay. But you know, I feel like, you know, that's kind of, you know, if you look across the league, it happened. I mean, you got veterans out there playing that you're like, man, this guy ain't getting it done. But the coach is like, they've been here a while, they know how to get it done. Let me let this stick a little bit and see what happens. You know what I mean? And sometimes you got to do that, because, you know, we can all say he should have played this guy, that guy earlier. And if they would have put him out there and that guy wouldn't have played well, or the Knicks would have still been losing, it would have been, now everyone would have said, well, we just don't have the talent. You know what I'm saying? So I just think it's a fine line you got to walk. And even when you look at last night's game, right? When you look at last night's game, up until about 5 minutes left in the first quarter, it was a 19-16 game, right? Now, Mitchell Robinson had been subbed in before then, but then when the subs started to come in the game, the lead expanded out to 7. At the top of the second quarter, it was all bench players in the game. The lead ballooned to 13. Starting group came back in. They got it back down to 9, right? Then you go to the top of the third quarter. The starting group was in. It stayed around 9 to 11, right? But then when the bench came in, it ballooned up to 17. So it's not like it was all perfect for the young guys. Now, the young guys stuck with it in the fourth quarter, and they, from 17, obviously, they erased that lead and won the basketball game. But it's not like it was all perfect for them when they were in the game, because there were times throughout the game when they didn't play well. But you got to give it to Tibbs. He stuck with them.
Yeah, man. He get an A+ in his coaching last night.
Go ahead, Sam. I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying even when they were down 17 points, he could have panicked and said, you know what? Let's do something else. He stuck with them. let him rock out, probably because he saw that they were still playing hard. And then when they started to make a couple of shots, he rolled with them and, let him rock out.
Just to a point you said before about, if we would have put the young guys out there earlier and saw that they didn't fit, we would have got it on them. Here's my counter, sir. My counter is that we don't have the talent anyway. This team is not threatening a second round. This team's not even threatening a first round.
But see,
wait, I'll finish my point. I'll be real quick. So why not? If me knowing that, right, and me seeing the future already and knowing that's going to happen, why would I not take my chances in the young guys and seeing what they have available, whether they win or lose, because we're not going anywhere anyway, and evaluate the talent based on how the development is going through different phases and quarters of the season?
Because that's your opinion that we don't have talent.
We have talent.
That's your opinion. I mean, I can go on Twitter and see a bunch of people who said, "Don't tell me we don't have talent."
Okay, but I'm not worried about them. I'm worried about us.
But what
I'm saying,
what I'm saying is, you are saying we don't have the talent. Tom Thibodeau might not be saying we don't have talent.
Do you believe we have the talent?
The front office may not be saying we don't have talent. So they may. I mean, you can have talent and it not work.
Do you believe we have the talent?
I don't believe we have a talent to win a championship. I believe we have a talent to be a playoff team. It didn't work this year, and there are a number of reasons to that. But I do believe we have the talent to be a playoff team.
Wow, and how far does that go?
I don't know, because you're still building the team. It's not an all or done thing. It's not okay. We have the talent, so we should win a championship. You have talent. You try to get into the playoffs. You try to build. You try to build. You try to build. There's a building process in place.
Of course, and I understand that perfectly. I'm just saying that we are 7 games or 8 games below 500, which kind of proved the point that we may not have the talent.
That's not necessarily true. That's not necessarily true, because while we are 8 games or 9 games below 500, whatever it is, there were a number of games that we could have won and should have won.
That's everything.
And we made a lot of mental mistakes out there, right? There were times when the chemistry didn't work. You know what I'm saying? The same exact team that won 41 games last year, right? The same exact starting 5 that helped win 41 games last year won 20-something games the year before, or whatever it was, right? And so you took that group and they were able to turn around and win games and make the playoffs. You know what I'm saying? So, and people said that team didn't have talent. There's more to basketball than just talent. I think this group does have enough talent to make the playoffs. Do they have enough talent to win a championship? I do not. I do not think that. But you're building towards that. So it doesn't mean that these are going to be the same players. So what I'm saying is, while you're saying in your mind we don't have enough talent, so you should just play these guys anyway, somebody else might be saying we do have enough talent. The front office might be saying we have talent to make the playoffs, and I want to see, can this work?
Okay,
so decision on Evan Fournier and Julius Randle as well. I don't have to make a decision on Deuce McBride as quick. I don't have to make a decision on Quentin Grimes as quick. I don't have to make a decision on Jericho Sims as quick, because they're younger players. But I do got to make a decision on whether or not Evan Fournier fits, or if Julius Randle is going to continue to be here, or if Alex Burks is going to be a guy that I'm going to keep here, or if I'm going to package him in a trade for someone else. So let me see if this group does fit, because it's still a building process.
Okay. Now, do we have any pieces that lead to a championship right now, or are we still in search of that? And do we have that on the team? Is just waiting to be groomed?
It's hard to say. I don't know. I mean, maybe RJ Barrett is one of those pieces. We got to find out, and here's the thing. You got to make a decision about RJ too, because he's got an extension that's going to be coming up soon. So you got to make a decision. And if you're going to pay him like that, and you're going to pay him $36 million a year, or it might be broken up where it's $31 million and then the last year it's $41 million, something like that. If you're going to pay him that amount of money, you're probably believing that he's a piece that's going to take, or help take, not by himself, but help take you to a championship. You know what I'm saying? And then you got to figure out, okay, because if you're going to pay him that amount of money, right, and he's going to be here, for 5 more years, you got Evan Fournier on the books for 2 more years. You got to figure, okay, does he fit around RJ? Can they make it work?
Okay.
Right? Well, Derrick Rose, he hasn't been playing. He missed 41 games or whatever already, 42 games. Is Alec Brooks the guy that we want to have around? Or do we think we can package him for something else? I mean, you got to make a decision on those guys too. The young guys, you have a little bit more time to make a decision on.
Okay.
Right.
You know,
You just got to consider a lot of factors. I said we could talk about it later so the other guys could go. But you do have to consider a lot of factors when you try to build that, because I could bring up all day the inefficiencies of these guys and how that future could look weary if they don't improve on certain things coming up. And could you be wasting your time? So
I mean that's true, but you could be wasting your time on a young guy too if you think.
Of course.
You know, you could be wasting. So it goes like, I think it goes both ways, and you got to figure it out with everybody. You know what I'm saying? So you have a little bit more time with young guys. You know, you may not have as much time with older guys because you're like, you know, this guy's older. He's probably at the peak of his powers.
Yeah.
Does he fit or not? We got to figure that out. And if not, then we might need to move on. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah. Agreed.
Is that a question for Julius Randle?
Hey, yeah, I just had one question for Sims, man.
Sorry,
hey,
Marvin.
what's going on, Sims? How's it going, guys?
I'm coming right to you. I know you've been waiting to get
Sorry,
your
guys.
question out. Give me 1 second to just get this out, because I do this at this time of the show. It's about that time.
Okay.
First off, just want to give a quick shout out to everybody that may have joined. We've got 115 people watching right now. Appreciate you guys. Definitely smash that like button. Appreciate you guys tuning in. We got a fantastic panel today. A lot of great content, a lot of great takes. So thank you for joining us. Thank you to the chat for continuously to put great information in there. And the dialogue that's going on between you guys is fantastic. Appreciate you all. Salute to Ala Wise, Bodega Wi-Fi, Karen Fung, who was on the panel for a little bit. Quality Jumper, Canal Ban Lauya, Kaiser Sorse. I think I mentioned you, but if I didn't, I'm mentioning you now. Denny's Mind, Dale Sinclair, Movies and Stuff, Miss Margaret Edwards, and quick shout out to Dope Soul Sports Talk. If you guys aren't familiar, Dope Soul Sports Talk. I couldn't get that out. Hold on. It's a mouthful, Steph. Dope Soul Sports Talk is the Queen's Court. That's right. That's Stephanie. She has her own channel that she just recently launched. She's doing, definitely takes after games, giving you, nice quick takes so you can just jump on it. Whatever you're doing, you take a quick take, look at what Steph has to say, and then go about the rest of your day. She's hitting you with the quick takes right now. So definitely salute to the Queen's Court, aka Miss Steph, aka Dope Soul Sports Talk. If you haven't checked out her channel, please subscribe to it. It's called Dope Soul Sports Talk. I'll see if I can grab a link. I'll definitely put it into the chat in a minute. So I definitely want to salute to all of y'all. Also, listen, what's the better time than now for me to do this? Because I do it every show, right? You know what? New year, same me, more subscribers. All right. So thank you guys for tuning in. But as I said, we're trying to grow the subscribership, grow that fan base for the show. So if you haven't already, subscribed to us, definitely do. Hopefully you like the content. We're going to continue to give you more and more content as we go forward. Just rock with us. Thank you guys. Tell a friend who tells a friend who tells another friend.
Yes.
Still Knicks fans is back again. We got 658 subscribers right now. Appreciate y'all. A bunch of people subscribed today. So thank you guys. Let's keep it going. As I said, smash that like button. And thank you. And I want to get into a little bit more of what took place in the fourth quarter. But before I do, I want to get to Marvin because I know he was patiently waiting. Marvin, the floor is yours.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I just wanted to just say first I wanted to give a shout out to Ron on his take about Obi. We had a conversation earlier on the panel that we had brought up because I really like what Obi was doing in the time that he was playing right now, and I want to say we all thought that this was due to the injury of Randle. Now he's been on the team, and that's equating back to a young player also. He's been on the team the whole year, and we all kind of felt that he wasn't getting enough playing time. Second, to Sims, I wanted to go to the rite of passage statement that you had said, and I always thought that if rite of passage does not equate to winning, then you try to at least try something else. And third, I wanted to say something about the fans who think the young players, and you addressing them as the other players actually being older. I never thought that developing young players actually meant age. I thought it was playing time. And playing time to me, because players come out of college at different ages. And to me, developing a young player, even if he's 25 years old, but he has no playing time, then he's still a young player. Now, if another player on the team is older than him and I was younger than him and playing, but he's been playing longer, then he's already partially developed. So I just felt like even though the ages might vary and be a little different, I think it'd be screwed. It could be kind of screwed because if a guy is 25 and just came out of college, he's actually a young player. But if it's a guy on your team who's 23 and who's been playing all year, he's younger, but he's not a development project because he's been playing. So I just put developing young players in the playing time, not necessarily age. But I agree with just about everything you're saying. And it is hard. It's hard to juggle that because how are you going to do it? The fans are saying that you're stubborn, not moving the rotation a little bit, but then they want the young players. But then if you put them in, it doesn't work. But then there's two ways to look at it. You can try it. If it doesn't work, take them back out, or you can stay the same. Now you can look at your record, and I definitely agree with you saying that a lot of the games that were lost were close and should have been won by New York, by the Knicks. And that's definitely true. But I really think that developing players doesn't necessarily mean age. It means playing time. That was all my quote.
Yeah, and can I want to talk about the age playing time thing for a second, Ron, if I could. I think that age definitely plays a part for me because as you get older, sooner or later, your physical, your physical abilities are going to level off, right? So when you're talking about a younger player in the NBA, right, you're still talking about a guy that you can mold their skills, okay, and you can teach them certain ways that that coach or that team or whoever the developmental staff is, wants to try to help them develop. Ultimately, it's on the player to develop, not the coaching staff. It's ultimately on the player. But when you have a younger player, their bodies are still growing, they're still learning, they're still they're still going to get faster, they're going to get stronger, they're going to jump higher. As they get older, they're no longer going to, they're not going to get faster. They're not going to jump higher, et cetera, right? So there comes a time when their physical abilities peak out. So an older player is a little bit closer to their physical abilities, I think. So I think that's why age does play a part in your development. As far as guys playing on the court, yeah, you got to have guys have to play on the court in order to develop, but that's not the only way that they develop. They also develop through film sessions. They develop through competing against, good players in practice. Some guys are developing in the G League. There are multiple ways to develop players. Part of that includes being on the court in games. You know what I'm saying? Part of that also includes watching from the bench. I'll give you an example. This is just a personal example for me. And I think I probably gave this example before. I had a young lady on my basketball team this year who she started off the season and she played 35 seconds in the first game. 35 seconds. All right. Now we had a team that had, some equal abilities, but there were some things that I didn't think she could do at this point to get on the floor. Right. But as we were in practice and we would scrimmage, I would see her do certain things. I seen the way that she hustled. I seen the way that she played some tough defense. And from time to time was able to actually handle the basketball, right? We had been working on some of these things. We worked on her basketball, her handle. We worked on her defensive footwork. We worked on where she should be on the floor, and she started to get these things, right? And so then we had a point in time where some of our players had to sit out due to COVID, right? So they sat out, and we were like, you know what? We're kind of light on the bench. We need her to get in here. Hopefully she's ready. She jumped in. She played well, right? She continued to get little minutes here, little minutes there. She played well. She ended up being a starter in one of our playoff games. You know what I'm saying? And this is later in the season. But she had picked up certain things where I could now trust her on the floor. You know what I'm saying? And it wasn't due to her physical abilities. She had the ability to do things. It was just something she didn't know. And I, as the coach, didn't trust her out there. You know what I mean? And that is an important part of playing basketball, the trust that you have in your players. And sometimes you've got to see certain things in practice. You've got to see certain things in scrimmaging before you start to say, okay, I trust this person out there for more minutes, more minutes, more minutes. I can't speak for Tom Thibodeau in the way that, you know, he goes about it with his players. But that's the way I go about it with my players. If I could trust you on the floor, then I can put you out there. Some players I trust more than others. And that's going to be my personal call. And I had a parent this year take their player off the team because they didn't get playing time in one game.
Happens all the time.
Second game.
Got that right.
And I'm like, the girl's first year playing basketball. What do you want me to do? She's got to learn some things. But, you know, I didn't say that to the parent. But I was just like, hey, you know,
you got to do what you got to do.
Right. You got to do what you got to do.
Right.
You know, I think it's two ways. I think, you know, some of it is, you know, there's a bunch of different ways to help a player develop. And you also got to find there's no one way to go about it. Every player is going to be a little bit different.
Of course.
So you got to figure out what works for that player too. You know what I'm saying? And figure out how do I get the best from this player. So there's a multitude of ways to help a player develop.
Yeah. But does it at all equate to winning is what I'm asking. Everything equates to winning in the NBA, correct?
Your hope is that it's going to equate to winning basketball games. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And plus that has different time signatures too, because you might dedicate a whole season just to development, so then they're more ready for the second season, and then you guys can go on a run. So it depends. It's circumstantial.
Hey, you know what, Sim, what you said speak volumes, man. The major thing is, as a coach, you got to accept what you're seeing. You know, and that goes both ways. You got to accept what you're seeing with your young players making strides, and you got to accept what you see of your veteran players digressing.
Yeah.
You got to be willing to accept.
And here's where I think the question is going to be asked, because we're talking about this year, right? When this year is over, and you look back and you look at the games, and you look at the entire season, you look at the season in its entirety, and then you come into next season. Here is when, for me, I'm going to be like, okay, now what are you going to do, Tom? Because you know what Quentin Grimes can do now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right.
Now.
Right.
You know what these guys can do. Now what are you going to do?
Can't go backwards.
Right. Now what are you going to do? Because these guys got time out there on the floor, and you've seen things that they can do. Now what are you going to do? And I think that's where you got to look at it. It's hard during the season. I mean, obviously, I never played 82 games in the season. I can tell you, I played 40 games in an AAU season.
And that's tough.
Very hard.
Right. Yeah, that's right.
It's hard to think about the season critically when you're in the middle of it. So during that off season is when you can really look at the season and make some decisions. So now it's like, what are you going to do next year? Because you know what these guys can do now.
Right.
Yeah.
Sim,
one more thing, and then you guys. I'm sorry. Just one more thing I wanted to say, because we discussed that, Sam. We asked the panel the things that we was discussing, but is Tibbs going to make the right decisions next year? And that's the key. That's the question. That's the whole key. Yeah.
That's the key.
Yeah. What were you going to say? What were you going to say?
Oh, yeah. Okay, thanks. Real quick, I only ask you these things, Sim, because I want to get to know you and know how your brain ticks. So, yeah, no doubt. So, if you put your GM hat on, right, you're the president of basketball operations for the New York Knicks, and you're going to be entering next season considering everything that went into this season. Forget about the tabloids, forget about the media. I'm asking Sim right now, what would Sim do with this roster? Would there be a shakeup? Would there be a change of team? Would you change the front office? What would you do?
It is tough. That's a great question. That's a tough question. That is a tough question. You know, what do I do? I take a hard look. Yeah, I don't know which way I would go, but if I'm Leon Rose, I'm sitting down with Tom Thibodeau, and I'm taking a hard look at Julius Randle. I can live with a player not shooting well from the field and having to work on that. He's shooting 41% from the field, the lowest he's ever shot in his career. I believe he can bring that up, right? He's normally 48% from the field. I believe he can come back from that. But emotionally, can he handle his emotions, right? And so I have to sit down with him and his agent and Tom Thibodeau and really take a hard look at, can he handle his emotion? Because you cannot have, and I understand that he's growing too, and he's not, physically, it's not the physical thing anymore with him, it's mental and emotional. Right? And he's growing as a young man, he's growing as a person and as a basketball player, with, being, at a point in his career where he's either going to become an all-star player, like a guy that's a perennial all-star player, or he's going to become a guy that, can almost get there, but he has so many things, got things going on that he can't be a perennial all-star. So he's at that point. And if I'm Leon Rose, I'm sitting down and with him and the coaching staff, and we're going to have a real discussion about your future. Because we can't have we can't have this. We can't have the antics. You know what I'm saying? And I've been a Randle supporter, but that's one thing that I don't want on my team. And if we don't think we can get over that, then it's time to make a change. I can live with the play on the basketball court and work on how we develop that, change that. Antics, I can't have that, because that tears your team down from within.
Of course, without a doubt.
And that tears it down from within. So I'm having a real hard talk. And if we've come to the conclusion that we can't make that work, you know what I'm saying? And I'm willing to give them an opportunity to make it work. But a lot of it is going to be based on this conversation that we have and the way we evaluate the season. And if we come to the conclusion that we can't make it work, then I move on from that. I break that down and try to use, try to say, okay, how can we, what are we doing? Well, are we going to rock with Obi? Can we trade him for a point guard, and figure it out from there?
Okay. So let's stick with Julius real quick, because that was great. So let me help you out, GM. So Julius Randle has been a mostly inefficient player for most of his career, except for his contract year with the New Orleans Pelicans and his contract year last season. Those are the only 2 years.
Are you sure?
Oh, yeah. I'm looking at the numbers right here, brother.
He's been inefficient from the three-point line. But if you look in his first year, he was 1 for 3 from the field in his first year. In the second year, he shot 42% from the field. In his third year, he gets it up to like 47% or something like that. Then he goes into 52%, 56%, right? He comes to New York, he's shooting 46%. And last year in New York, he shot 45.5% from the field. I don't think that's inefficient. He was inefficient from the three-point line, but not from the field as a whole.
Well, he's always been last in the league just about every year in finishing at the rim at his position. He's also been in almost last of the league in mid-range percentages, except for a couple of seasons, which is the contract seasons. And on the contract seasons, he also shot his best percentages for three, which was 34% and 41% last season. So for the most part, he has been kind of inefficient, and he's also been very turnover prone as well. So he has trouble finishing at the rim. He has trouble hitting mid ranges on a consistent basis, and his 3-point shot has been inefficient as well.
Yeah, his 3-point shot's been inefficient, but when you look at the overall numbers, he's been inefficient. He's been efficient from the field. You say 48%, 56%, 52%, 46%, 45.6%. That's pretty efficient from the field. He may not be knocking down mid-range shots. So now you got to figure out what's the best way to use him. Are we using him as a mid-range shooter? Or if we bring in somebody else who can knock down those mid-range shots for us, are we keeping in closer to the basket? Right? So you got to figure out which is the best way to use Julius Randle. But I do believe 41% is the lowest percentage that he's been shooting throughout his career. Right.
Okay. I mean, you also have to consider the fact too that it is a tricky game of how to use him, because at the rim he doesn't finish well. So that's why he has primarily become a perimeter player, because he does have inefficiency sitting at the rim.
If he doesn't finish well, then where's he getting the, how do he end up shooting 52% from the field or 56% from the field?
Well, I'm just telling you, the numbers don't lie, and that could come from a variety of different ways. But what I'm saying is that at the rim, the highest he shot was 1 year in LA at 69%. And for the most part, it's been 60s and 59.
Okay, 60s and 59%. But what I'm saying is he's still, he's getting his numbers somewhere on the floor where he's able to shoot, where he's been able to shoot for his career 47% from the field.
Okay, but I mean, first of all, at that position, that's not very high. First of all, number two is that he could be getting that in a couple of different ways. But when you bring it down to you're looking at a small thing here and you're taking it as that. But when you look at the whole picture, you start to realize that he's actually been inefficient in a lot of areas of the basketball court.
You look at the whole picture to determine which is the best way to place to put him.
Good point.
Which is the best place to put him. I mean, if you look at people that play his position, you know what I'm saying? I mean, 47% is not bad. There are people that are worse. Trust me.
Okay.
He's not getting paid $40 million a year. So he's not getting paid like that guy. You know what I'm saying? Because you're hoping that he can get that efficiency up. What I'm saying is he's never been 41% from the field in his career. So I do think he can bring that efficiency up. How you play him, that's one thing. But what I'm saying is the antics is something that I can't deal with.
Yeah. Professionalism.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with I don't like the antics, and I think I've already expressed it, so I'm not going to go back on my word and say something differently. I don't think I want Julius Randle on this Knicks team anymore. I feel that way now. I think he's done enough for me to say that that's the case. And I think, I mean, outside of the antics, unless Julius was to change how he goes about his game on the court, as far as how he interacts with his fellow teammates, because I don't think he's a horrible teammate. I think I've seen him, especially I see it more now than ever when he's not on the court. I mean, he's really bigging up his teammates. He's talking to them, he's championing them, he's cheering them on, he's doing certain things. I love that. I'd like to see more of that when his head is in the game, because there's a game, right? And then there's, but you're going to war with guys. Be there for your guys while you're going to war. It shows them a lot. They appreciate it a lot. So I would like him to continue to do that. But I just don't know if what I've seen in the past couple games with him not being there and how the ball moves and how they play for one another. And it has nothing to do necessarily just with Julius. It would be with any superstar that commands a lot of attention and has to have the ball in their hands. Sometimes you just see that without that star, sometimes your team plays better. And then that makes you look at it like, maybe we need to go out and get a different type of star who works in that fashion, who doesn't have to necessarily have the ball in their hands all the time. And if they do, they're really good at facilitating or moving the ball to their teammates. Not like a Jokic. Jokic is premium, but a guy who is willing to pass the ball, move it around to get, better scenarios. So I think that's what the Knicks need to look at. And this is my segue into being that we're talking about Julius and talking about how the team looked out there on the court without him. I think one of the things, and I think this is why Tibbs has to be forced to use certain guys, because I think once you give Tibbs a team, he's going to pick out who's the best players on this team that I can work with, who's my starting five, who's going to be my bench, and he's going to rock that way. And whoever's left over, they will get spot minutes when he can afford to give it to them. I think you got to put him in a situation where he's forced to use these young guys. And don't think Tibbs didn't realize last night, hey, these young guys look good running my defense.
Oh, he was smiling.
Yeah, he saw it. He saw it.
Coach was smiling last night.
Yo, Ron. That's why he came. That's why he came into the press conference with his chest out.
Yeah.
Right. And then
he was talking smack, boy. Tibbs came out there with that chest out, boy. Came like, yeah, you see what I'm. You see, you can do that when you win it. You can do that.
Tell you to do this since January, man. Run them guys. That's only been the frustrating thing. It's got to be a pivot. I agree, Ron.
Right. I hope he sees that, because I think
away from that ISO mess.
Yeah, I think that part of it too is this is still Tibbs' team. This is still Tibbs' principles. It's just now he's got certain guys in there that are better equipped to orchestrate some of those principles in certain situations. On the defensive end, I'm not going to say all the way on the offensive end. I just think they moved the ball a lot better last night. Guys, were stepping up and playing well, and that's what you hope they can do. But I think the defensive end, his principles were being executed greatly in the fourth quarter. Speaking of that fourth quarter, let's take a look real quick. If you see, this is the fourth quarter summary. This is after the game. The Knicks scored 38 points in that fourth quarter to Miami's 15. Knicks were 11 of 18 from the field. They held Miami to 5 of 18. And the Knicks were 6 of 12 from 3, while Miami was 2 of 9. So not only, I'm going to give the credit to the Knicks for playing really good defense and clamping down on Miami, but the fact that the Knicks hit 6 threes, 50% from 3 in the fourth quarter was huge. They got hot at the right time, and that definitely helped us because the Knicks could have played really good defense, could have limited Miami, and still lost this game in the fourth quarter if it wasn't for the fact that they were able to hit those threes. I mean, 6 threes, that's 18 points. That's huge. So it came together at the right moment, at the right time. They were able to capitalize on the inefficiency that they created from Miami, and they were in a really good flow. And I give a lot of credit to Quickly for his hot shooting, credit to Deuce for good defense and a couple timely baskets. That steal was huge. The 3-pointer in the corner was huge. Obi hit a couple good shots. I think one of those threes. I don't know if both of them were in the fourth quarter, but definitely one of them was. And then, say what you will about RJ having a really tough game. In the fourth quarter, when Tibbs did put him in with 3 minutes or so left, I thought it was the right move because you know what? You want RJ, who has at least been in a pressurized situation, to be out there with some of these young guys. And give RJ credit. Ever since the game, I think it was Charlotte or Atlanta. I don't know. It was one of those games where he shot poorly from the free throw line. It was Atlanta. Right after the game, you seen him shooting free throws. He was still on the court.
To 200.
And then he goes into the next game against Charlotte, and he's knocking down his free throws. And then this game, he didn't play well. He wasn't great from the field or from three, but his free throws were pretty much on point. So give a lot of credit to RJ.
Mm-hmm. And Ron, he didn't stop the ball when he came in the game in the fourth quarter. So notice that the ball didn't stop.
Like he was pressing. That first half, he was pressing, and the ball was sticking a little bit. And
when he came in that fourth quarter, he knew them guys was hot, and he didn't disrupt that. He just fit right in, and he flowed with what they was doing. And that's a lot of times I think that we have that big gripe with Julius is that when he comes in the fourth quarter, everything just stops. It just halts like as opposed to just getting in and just filling out the game. Like they always say, the game will tell you what to do. It'll tell you what to do. You don't have to force it. It'll tell you. It'll speak. He's open. This play needs to be ran. This guy's slacking off both me a couple of feet. Next time down court, I'm gonna pull up on him because he's not playing defense. So the game will tell you what to do. And I just thought that when RJ came in the game, he didn't slow what IQ and the other guys had going on. He just fit right into what they was doing. And you seen we end up pulling it out.
That's a great point.
And he's still. It's not like this real quick before you go, Staffer. I think another really key thing when you talk about that is when Julius comes into the game, it's almost like hero ball, and it's not. I mean, we blame Julius for a lot, but I'm not going to always blame Julius for what he thinks he needs to do when he comes in the game. Should he be using his team more? Yes, he should, but he also has to be that guy, right? The problem is the team is they defer to him. They're not comfortable doing what they need to do on the court, and this is where I can blame Tibbs a little bit. I point to Tibbs because I think, when you don't play these guys consistent minutes or you don't put them in certain situations that they're not comfortable with so you can get them comfortable, it's okay if you don't feel a guy is ready to be out there in certain situations or they make mistakes. But when you're quick to yank them, you retard the process. You take away from someone's confidence level. Obi has lost confidence multiple times because Tibbs has had a quick yank with him. Sims has had a quick yank. I mean, Tibbs has had a quick yank with Sims and with Deuce, vice versa. Like when you don't play these guys, they don't feel comfortable. But when you give them a shot and say, okay, I saw you make a mistake, but keep it going. Learn from that. Keep it going. This is what I'm only talking about with Tibbs. Just talk to these guys and let them know you're not happy with something, but continue to coach them up. Let them learn from it. What he did last night, and this has got to be one of my proudest moments watching Tibbs this year. It was brought up last night on Nothing But Knicks too. I saw it and I was clapping it up when I saw it. It was a little thing, but it mattered to me. When Grimes messed up and he looked over to Tibbs and Tibbs smiled at him, he's like, yeah, I know you messed up right there, but it's okay. Keep going. You don't see that from Tibbs often. And it's the first time I see him show it to Grimes, but I definitely haven't really seen him show that to Obi or to Jericho or to Deuce. And I know they have to earn that, but I think Obi deserves it. But you can say Obi's been out there, so he should get one of those moments. This is what I'm asking for Tibbs to do. Just to, keep I'll get right to you, Sim. Keep allowing these guys to learn while they make mistakes and coach them up. Go ahead, Sim.
Yeah, I think part of it is due to the point of the season that we're in.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, the pressure is not as much pressure right now.
The pressure ain't there. Also with RJ, he also, even though he didn't, I don't remember if he scored a point or not when he came in with 3 minutes left, but he still made two
free throws.
He had 2 points.
Yeah,
He had 2 points.
He made 2 winning plays though by passing out of those traps.
Yep.
Right. Those are the type of things that a lot of times people don't, some people, not a lot of people, some people don't see, but being able to pass out of those traps with that kind of pressure on you won the basketball game, because he easily could have wilted, turned the ball over, whatever it was, and they get the ball back and score. But he passed it to Taj Gibson, and then when they was on the other end of the floor, he got trapped over in the corner. He was able to find, I don't know, maybe it was IQ in the center of the court. Boom. Those were 2 huge basketball plays.
Yeah,
2 huge basketball
Speak to
plays.
his IQ.
And also too, I also thought he handled the double team well. Even when he had 5 turnovers yesterday, I thought he handled it well overall. I mean, he got stuck a couple of times. He got stuck, being tunnel vision and just going left, and Miami was anticipating that. But overall, I thought he did a pretty good job with the double team.
Agreed.
And I'm glad the ref.
Say, Staffer? I'm sorry.
Hey, I'm
oh wait, hold on 1 second. Ron, you out of here?
Yeah, I got to run, man. But the last thing I just wanted to say out the door, man. Hey, Tibbs last night, A+ coaching. Deuce McBride, I love seeing him run the point guard last night, and him and Quickly look like they got something working, man. Them guys, don't break that up. Keep them guys together. And Obi, hey, shout out to you for that pull-up jump shot on that strong side, nothing but net. You heard me, like nothing but Knicks.
His 10th of the year.
Yeah, he get that. If Obi work on that mid range and they start running more plays on him, then he could become deadly. He could definitely become deadly.
It's just funny. He's only taken 10 of them in the midi this year. So yeah, he's definitely got to take more.
I think
there's no plays being ran, but you see the difference in the IQ when we talk about the trap. RJ gets rid of the ball. Julius sees it come, holds on to the ball like he could be like, I could beat this. This is nothing. I could split double team. It's just nothing.
It's going to be the thing. When RJ gets paid, we'll see how his mentality remains the same. Not that getting paid is a bad thing. Is now that money brings a little bit more responsibility and pressure, I think. So we'll see.
The training wheels come off.
We'll see if he now is still like, if he starts to feel like I have to do it, because sometimes that's what happens. People feel like I have to be the one to do it. So let's see. Hopefully, his mentality remains the same.
And Sim, I talked about it the other night, right? I talked about the fact of, everybody's so quick to jump out the window real quick on this team. You gotta remember. Let's see what happens when these teams start game planning for Obi. Yeah. They see what they happen when they start game planning, as you seen last night what they did to RJ. Right. So it's a big difference when you got Julius out there. You got somebody, a player of his stature. He kind of takes the pressure off of what the other guys is able to do. But let's see what happens when these guys, when they're part of they highlight them on the chalkboard, the pregame, and then they take the ball out of Obi hand. They take the ball out of RJ hand. Let's see what they do. And RJ, I thought he did a good job last night. He seen what was going on, and then he was able to pass. And them guys, they answered the bell. And one more thing with Fournier, how that him and Randle doesn't work. The other night against Charlotte, he had 7 assists. Why? Because he wasn't passing the ball to Randle. Remember, they do the same 2-man game as him and Bullock did, except for the results is different now. Randle's not that efficient from the field. So once Fournier passes the ball, it's pretty much that's done. It's not coming back to be able to pass it to somebody else. But that's what's happening when you don't force the game.
Yeah. Good point. I want to get over to Staffer and then welcome my man Tony Crow from Knicks and Bruises up in here real quick. What's going on, Tony? You brought up something I was trying to get to before, but I couldn't remember it. But yeah, one thing I wanted to say is quickly that the fact that I thought it was really good. Sometimes we get mad at Tibbs for over substituting and bringing guys back in when he should rock with what he's got out there. But I do think it was the right move to do by bringing. We see it was the right move as evidenced by what Sim brought up, how he performed. It was smart to bring RJ back in there because you needed somebody out there who has been in those type of situations with that pressure to be out there on the court with you. That was smart. The interesting thing is he also brought Obi back. And some might say, well, why bring Obi back when these guys are playing well? Taj was out there, Jericho was out. I think Obi doesn't hurt you. And that's why I think bringing him in that situation, you know, acknowledging him for helping get you there earlier because he was playing good basketball. This is when I can say, okay, now you're helping to teach Obi because you're putting him in a tough situation. Miami's trying to come back, and you know they're starting to trap and press. This is good for Obi. So I thought that was a good coaching moment, and it showed Obi a lot of respect by bringing him back out there. The other thing I wanted to mention, because this was games ago, I think that Tibbs might have made a mistake in the Atlanta game in the fourth quarter. I think part of the reason why we lost that game, because sometimes you got to fight fire with fire. Atlanta's not a great defensive team. They were playing okay against us. We were struggling against Trey. We couldn't really stop him no matter who was on him. I think going away from Fournier in the fourth quarter and not having him out there when he was hot.
Yo, Roman, I brought that up on the show the other night. I talked about that.
Out there in that fourth quarter, and I don't think we used him. We were losing the game anyway. He could have gave us a shot to get back in it. I think that's when Tibbs might have overthought the situation and wanted to go more defense, and we needed some offense. So that
they clogged the paint. They had clogged the paint on us. It was nobody on the floor to spread the floor. And you talked about it. If you brought Obi in last night, when he brought Obi, and when they was trapping RJ. Now, mind you, he's a cutter, so now it gives Miami something to think about that Obi's in the game as opposed to Taj. You know, Taj is not cutting toward the basket. You know what I mean? He got that dunk because he was lagging behind. He was the last man down, and that's how he was able to get his little dunk off. You know, when he got to play. But that's what you do. That's coaching. You know, he gave Miami something to think about when he put Obi in. Now I got to watch him on the breakout. I got to watch him slashing. So we got to be careful of who we trap and when we trap. So that was good. Tibbs, he did his thing last night. We talked about it.
Tibbs, when Tibbs does what he needs to do, you got to give him credit. I mean, listen, Tibbs is a good coach for a reason. He's just like sometimes I think he gets a little tunnel vision and he's a little lost. Sometimes Tibbs is on his A game, and he's like, you know, you can't really fault his moves. Guys got to execute too. It's the players as well. Stafford, what were you going to say, man? I hope you remember. Whatever it was.
Every coach has good jobs, and every coach gets lost a little bit. When coaches get lost, they have good players. Some coaches, not all coaches. Some coaches have really good players that can make up for them.
Make up for the way, those mistakes. You're right. Go ahead, Stafford. My bad.
No, you're good. Now I was saying on the whole point with Julius, I was just saying that we all seen that Julius can adapt of playing good team basketball. The only issue I think everybody just have with him is just making the right decisions. So I think once Julius, once he comes back into either this season or next season, is him trying to adapt on being a team ball player. You know what I'm saying? And I think, you know, we could move forward with him. I know that's not the best thing, you know, best take that people wouldn't like to hear, but you know what I'm saying? Until next year, I believe at that All-Star, if he's not playing that well, we should go ahead and try to get rid of him. But for right now, you know, I think we should just try and just build with him and RJ, and hopefully he could adapt to the team ball concept.
I hear what you're saying, Stafford, and I would agree that he's on the team and you got to try to make it work as best as you can. But I don't know if I would wait until All-Star break or see how he goes. If some team comes to the Knicks in the offseason with a great offer, the Knicks better jump on that offer and get.
No, and I agree. But to what Sims was saying earlier, in the year 2023, I believe, right? If the team is not playing well, then after we're going to have to make that pivot and do something else. But for right now, we have him on the team.
No, yeah, I agree. Listen, this team is coming back with a lot of the same players, and they're going to have to rock out with that team. And to the conversation that happened earlier between, when Sim and D were
going that was a good boxing match, by the way.
Yeah. I would say
I like it.
I'm in between with both. I agree with what D's saying. There's certain things that just aren't taking place, and we have to make some changes. And Tom seems to be a little bit stubborn with some of that. On the flip side, I think you guys can look at some of the talent that we have out there and see that if you play these guys in the right way, you get much more out of them. And maybe had we been doing that earlier in the season, we would have won more basketball games. I can say that I think that this team could have easily won 10 more games had they been playing and Tibbs using certain guys differently, like using RJ in the way he's been used after the All-Star break earlier in the season. Definitely could have helped. Using Fournier in the way you're using Fournier now as a catch and shoot type guy, a pick and pop type guy, I think that definitely goes a long way. I think he's more comfortable now. Of course, he's also in the flow of the game a little better. And I also think that learning how to use or trying to get the best out of Obi by playing him in certain situations where he's not necessarily out there with Randle, and you're figuring out ways to give him opportunities to get shots up. I think that helps his overall game. Quickly, I think one thing I will say is Tibbs did a really good job that he is not faltered with. He's playing quickly. Quickly's going to get it. He's just going to play him through his slumps, all that stuff. And Quickly has come out of it because he's a warrior. So kudos to Tibbs for that with Quickly and with the guys that he does really believe in on the court.
I keep telling you, Ron, you're going to apologize so quickly. You're going to apologize to him sooner or later.
No, dude, I like Quickly. I'm going to say it again. This is so people understand me, and then I'm going to go to you, Sim, and then I got to get to Tony because I know Tony's been waiting. I like Quickly as a shooting guard. Me personally don't like Quickly. I don't like Quickly as a point guard. That's just me. He can prove me wrong. Next year, he could be the starting point guard, be averaging 6 assists, 5 assists, whatever, and putting guys in all types of great positions, making smart plays. But for what I've seen at this point, I want someone else. Quickly could be the backup, right? Great. Or next season, Quickly could be the starter, and you can give me somebody else as the backup. Find somebody else. But the way they have it set up right now, I don't love it. I don't like it. But I do like Quickly as a ball player. I think we'd be a great guy off the bench in a shooting guard role, or maybe in a starting role as a shooting guard. But right now we've got other talent, so I can't see that. But I like Quickly on the team. But if you have, I just wanted to get it out there that if I have my choice, if you tell me I got to get rid of one of these young guys, Quickly would be the guy that I would rather get rid of because he's got value attached to him. You could say, oh, let's get rid of Obi, but not everybody wants Obi. I could see a lot of teams being able to use Quickly. You got to look at the bang for your buck. So that's why I was going there. But you're right. Go ahead, brother.
But don't be surprised. Don't be surprised if he may be the starting point guard next season. Go ahead, Sim.
Yeah, go ahead, Sim. My fault.
Yeah. What I wanted to say in response, Ron, you were talking about Tibbs using players in certain ways earlier. It takes time. It takes time to understand your players and what they can and cannot do. And he's been here last year and this year. You know what I'm saying? And you figure out as you go along certain skill sets of players, and then players grow and develop, and they are able to do other things. You know what I'm saying? This season, I didn't find out until the end of the season that I had one girl who was best at inbounding the basketball because she made good decisions under pressure, and she was able to pass the ball full court, right? But it took me until, we only got to play because of COVID. We only got to play 13 games, but it took me until game 13 to figure it out, right? That she's the person I need to have inbounding the basketball. And then when the season is over and we're scrimmaging, she starts hitting threes. And I'm like, well, damn, I didn't know that. But of course, we only had 13 games in the season. It's a short season. But it takes time for a coach to learn what players can do with their skill set, to understand the emotional and mental side of a player and what they can handle out there on the floor. Like, you're learning your players as you go. And so it takes time to say, all right, this guy's really best suited here. I tried him here, didn't work. I think I'm seeing this guy can facilitate, or I'm seeing this guy can do this, that, this, and that. Let's put him here. You know what I mean? Those things, sometimes it fits just like that. Right? You've seen it happen, in some places. You take Boston way back in the day with Ray Allen, Paul Pierce, and KG, and boom, it fit just like that. Sometimes it don't. Right. And sometimes it takes a little bit more work to figure out who can do what who's best in certain situations. What's a guy's emotional intelligence? What's a guy's basketball IQ? It takes time. You got to learn your players a little bit. And, that's why when people are always so quick, get Tibbs out of here. I'm like, it takes time, what I'm saying, to learn. He came in with one team, and then, a couple of guys are gone, and you got 2 new guys in the starting lineup. You got a few new young guys that come in to play with, Grimes and Deuce and Jericho Sims. It takes time for those type of things to really grow and develop. It doesn't just happen overnight.
Before we move on to Tony, just to not push back a little bit, but I agree with you almost 100% that that's fair. As an NBA coach, understanding your talent, evaluating the product you got out there, seeing guys in practice, going through the season, putting them in different positions and seeing how they can really be effective, that does take time. And I will say that I agree with you on that. The only pushback I would have is in regards to one particular player, and that is year 3 RJ Barrett, because year 3 RJ Barrett has always been able to show you that he can be this type of guy when you give him the ball in these certain situations. He did it in high school. He did it at Duke. I'm a Duke fan, so I watched all the Duke games. That's how they used him at Duke. That's how Coach K used him. So the fact that you couldn't use him this way, and the only adjustment that I'm saying that he could have done is just giving RJ the ball in certain situations up the court and allowing him to be in the middle of the court with the ball and react and read from there, rather than putting him on the sidelines in the 3-point areas. This is my only thing that I think has changed with regards to RJ. All the other stuff that he normally does in the course of his offensive orchestration that Tibbs does, that all has still been there, and he's implemented some other plays. I'm just talking about where he was using RJ on the court and giving him the ball. That's my only gripe with him.
I think RJ had those opportunities the whole time. I think RJ himself, his mindset changed and his game changed, and that's the change. It has nothing to do with Tibbs. I think RJ had to.
Well, that's not true.
Had to step up. He's had opportunities at the top of the key. He wasn't a spot up shooter all season long this year. Like, he's had plenty of opportunities. Something clicked in RJ. That was the change. It had nothing to do with it.
Well, no, I agree.
Well, also too, when they ran the pistol, right, last year, RJ wasn't the lead ball handler coming out of the corner of that pistol like it is this year, and that started really happening in January. So they use the same sets, but they have put him in different places of the sets for him to initiate more of the offense. So that has changed, though.
But Ron, just a little pushback. I think year 1 RJ is very different than year 3 RJ.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Year 2 RJ is very different than year 3 RJ, and the first half of the season is a very different RJ than the second half of the season. And I think, and this is, RJ is growing and developing, so it's supposed to be like that, right? And so when you see that a guy, you learn about your players, and when a guy is growing and developing, you say, oh, he can do this now. He can do that now. I'm confident with him doing this and that. And I do think that his mentality has changed, and he became more aggressive, taking the ball to the basket, saying, no, I'm going to take the ball now. I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to do it that way. I think he's been much more aggressive in his mindset, which allows him to be able to do a little bit more facilitating, and then you can use him in different spots, and when he's showing different things on the floor, you can make a decision to say, okay, I'm going to try to use him here. I want to try to use him there. I think it's part of the growth and development of their relationship as coach and player.
No, I agree with you. I think what Tony's saying, that makes sense to me too. And I see Steph is in the chat, and she agrees with you guys as well. I agree with that to some extent. I think RJ definitely was very passive. He needed to be a lot more aggressive this year and come into that new role and say, listen, I need to assert myself. What I will push back with is just that I feel like it's not as easy for RJ to be as aggressive when he's not in certain positions, right? Coming up the court, as soon as the ball is inbounded, you see especially if you got Burks as the point guard. Randle's right there. So it's up to Burks. Maybe he's going to bring the ball up, or he's going to hand it right off to Randle, and Randle's taking it from that point, and already the dynamic has changed. So what I'm saying is, by allowing RJ has moments where now he's that guy bringing the ball up, or when it gets up to if Burks does bring it up, RJ flashes right to the top of the key, and they give it to RJ, and now he can start doing his thing. At that point, they're doing more of that now than they were doing prior to January. But also, I get it. You're saying you see that RJ stepped up. He's showing more aggression. He's showing he can do this type of thing. So Tibbs feels more comfortable. I would agree with that. My only pushback to that is, I think this is also in response to how Julius has been faring. His lack of, because six man, most improved player Julius was still doing what this position, bringing the ball up, facilitating, doing all this, but he was more successful at it last year. This year, he's been struggling. So because of that, there is an opening for me to say, well, let me run things a little differently and give RJ the opportunity to do this. If Julius was doing what he needed to do, RJ wouldn't even be the thought. He'd still be running it through Julius because it would be working. That's not a bad thing for the Knicks. I'm just saying it's not necessarily a great thing for RJ. Like, RJ benefits from this way of basketball, and Julius, we've seen Julius has still been able to be successful out there on occasion when RJ is the man. Even when RJ is getting his points, Julius was able to get his points. It's just Julius needs a lot more touches to be. He's a rhythm shooter, and sometimes he can't grab that rhythm. Go ahead, Tony. I know I got sidetracked a little bit, but go ahead, bro.
I disagree there, though. I think if RJ's mindset was the way it is now in the beginning of the season, I think we might have even won more games that way, even if Randle didn't play as poorly as he's played. So I attribute that more so to RJ taking kind of stepping up. We've heard about the message he sent to his trainer trying to take over. That's a mindset thing. That's not, Tibbs is giving me the reign to take over. This is no. I need to step my game up, and I feel ready. It's about time. So I think it all falls on the players more so than Tibbs. Like, Tibbs is doing what he's doing with the guys that he has. You know what I mean? Like, it's nothing. You can't blame him for. Like, nobody's blaming him for Randle's play this year, right? That's all on Randle.
Correct. But in fairness, Randle's gotten every chance, every opportunity, every bit of, he's gotten a great leash in order to do what he does on the court and figure it out on his own if he's struggling. It's not like anything's been taken away from Randle. It's not like, okay, Randle, you're struggling, so now we're not going to play you as much, or we're not going to give you the ball at the top. Randle's still playing his basketball, and they're still working that way.
Yeah,
that's why I'm saying nothing's impeding Randle but himself or whatever.
Yeah, I think a lot of it had to do with his confidence too. Him more than them giving him, when Julius went out with the COVID, they said, okay, here you go, RJ. Let's see what you got. And it was up to him at that point to show them what he had. You got to remember, you got Julius there. So it's like he's gonna play. Now he's not as a passive as he used to be. Now he's pretty much dictating the flow of the game himself. He's not so much letting Randle dictate the game. He's pretty much doing it himself. Like, this is what I gotta do to help my team, or let me try to figure it out on, while I got the ball in my hand. He's taking control of it. That's why I think the difference is now between RJ first half of the season to second half of the season. He realized, I can go.
So what happened with RJ is that at the beginning, the keys were turned over in January. And I think a lot of that had to do with Julius's poor play, because in October, he shot 13 attempts a game. In November, he shot 12.9. In December, he shot 14.8. And then in January, which is when the thing started, he started averaging 17.6 attempts a game, which is almost 18. And Julius actually went down 3 shot attempts. And then in February, it went up to 22.2. And then this month we have him at 21.0. So there was definitely a switch into the keys. And I broke that in early January because I started seeing the shot distribution. I said, wait, this is totally different. The offense is ran totally different now with RJ than it was at the beginning of the season because they were trying to run it like they were last season. So there was definitely a change in regimen. It could have been like a 1A or 1B thing, but still, there was definitely a decision that was made to give RJ the ball a lot more.
Right.
I mean,
it works.
But what I'm saying, I mean, we're talking about that happening, in January, then, right? You 2 months of the season, talking about that happening in January. But I still think RJ, up until that point, Julius Randle's usage rate was like 27%. RJ's was around 24 to 25%. So he still had the ball in his hands a lot, and he had those opportunities. Maybe he didn't feel like he had.
It wasn't in the same positions though, Sim. They were running him out of different options at different places. You can see it.
But maybe he didn't feel like he had permission or had the light to go ahead and do certain things. But I believe it all still comes down to learning and knowing your players. You know what I'm saying? And figuring out what your players can and cannot do. Because even, if those keys like D-Ball is saying took over in January, which you're 100% correct, right? Started taking it over in January. We still, even during that point, and we in January, we were one game above 500 early in January.
Yeah.
And we still went on a super long slide where we lost.
Yeah.
And I'm not blaming RJ for that. What
Right.
all I'm saying is, it just takes time for that for coaches to know players to know coaches, players to know each other, those little details, those little things to happen. And I mean, he made a change clearly, right? Made a change to say, we're going to start getting the ball to RJ a little bit more to facilitate. And I'm not going to say it didn't work because we lost those games, but we played well during a lot of those stretches. Right, where we had 20-point leads and 12-point leads to Utah and things like that. We played well during a lot of those stretches. It didn't result in wins. It doesn't mean that it can result in wins next year.
Right.
Same way. So, even though we were losing during that time, you could argue we still gained something, and he figured out a little bit more about his team. So that's what I'm just saying.
And Sim, that's how that's why the front office said they was bringing them back for next year. We try to look at it, and I use the term as you're in the barber chair, how the barber turn a certain way to get a different angle. So when you look at it from a different angle, as far as where the Tibbs go, now you see why they're going to bring him back next year. We may have wanted him to make that change on the fly. D, I heard all y'all guys wanting to make the change on the fly. But them guys probably wasn't ready. And I'm a big advocate of that. They probably just wasn't ready yet. Everybody want to see the quick result, the quick flip. It's not the quick flip. You know what I mean? Take it from me. It's not always about the quick flip. You know what I mean? It's how you do the flip. You got to do the flip at the right time so that it doesn't damage the team. And evidently it didn't damage the team because here it is. These guys really ain't got nothing to play for. And they probably playing their best basketball they played all season long.
Two things. One, Sim. Also, two, you got to understand the fact that we had a buzzsaw of a schedule that we didn't have last year too. So that definitely played a part. And to Worldwide L, I never advocated a quick flip. What I advocated was that if you don't have the foundation put in place and you don't have your pillars there and you have a coach that maybe sees development as secondary, then maybe you should go ahead and blow it up and start from the get and try to find that crown jewel, right? Or get that number one guy, or get that guy is going to be the guy for the next 5 or 8 years, and have that be built up with a young team, as we've seen it many times throughout history, and it has a pretty good success rate. Last time I looked.
No, y'all points be solid when y'all say, well, he's playing Taj, and Taj is in the way of Sims developing, or he's playing this person and he's in the, and y'all have good points. But that's looking like, all right, he shouldn't be playing Taj, but we should just automatically put Sims in the game because Taj is old. You can't always do that. You can't.
No.
Let's look at the value.
Can I chime in?
Plays with in his minutes. Let's look at what it means for a guy like Sims to look at a guy like Taj who don't know if he's gonna play or not. Taj is literally in the same position as Sims, has to stay ready, is a vet, and that's learning. That's development right there. A good vet teaching you how to be a 10-year player, 15-year player, whatever the case Like, you need that for young guys. Like, that's what's missing
Can I
in
try?
a lot of teams.
Yeah,
I just wanted to chime in. I just wanted to chime in and say one thing here, guys. I kind of look at the situation as this: we critique players all the time, but sometimes we less of a critique on a coach. And here's a question I have to the panel: what grade would you give Tom Thibodeau for this year? Is it an upgrade or is it a downgrade? Now, I know the Knicks have made the decision to bring him back. Here's the deal: do you feel he did a better job this year than he did last year? I'm not saying if he's warranted for the to come back, but do you feel has he done a better job this year than he has last year? And I'm not blaming the losses when you're up by 20 on him alone. That's definitely got to do with the players also. But all of the wins and losses fall back on that coach. Just about all of them. We can talk about the players didn't play well in those games, but that coach is going to be the first head to be cut. And in Tibbs' case, if you gave grade by grade to every player and coach on this team, where would you guys put him? Would he have the lowest grade? Would he have the highest grade? And I honestly believe that right there is what front offices do. Now, in Tibbs' case, he's got a lot to stand tall about. Then again, as far as we didn't see, he's got a lot of things that we call it in his faults. So I just say, let's look at him in a situation of grades. If you feel he's doing a great job, then you're more than happy to have him back. If you feel that he's going to still do the same thing with this record that is at hand, then the other fans might not be as happy. So, and that's everybody's opinion, including development. You got some fans that say he's not developing properly. You got some other fans that say he is. But everything equates to wins and losses. I really believe that. So I'm just asking you guys as a panel, what grade would you give Tom Thibodeau? I know it's a little premature because the season is not over. But at this present time,
it's okay.
What grade would you give Tom?
That's a good question,
we
Marvin.
got a good enough sample.
That's a good question, though, Marvin.
Hold on. One more thing, guys. Oh yeah, I'm just going to say this, and you guys can go ahead. That's what I've always did. I felt like, because to be truthful and honest and to be fair, you grade every player and coach. And if you look at and especially if it's not their first year. Now, if it's your second and third year going on, then you got a chance to measure the difference. If you measure last year to this year at this present time, is Thibodeau doing a better job than he did last year? And that's the question I have to the panel.
Hey,
All right,
can I rephrase your question and make it a grade for Tibbs and a grade for the front office?
Yeah.
Well, I said everybody in the organization. I didn't just mean Tibbs and left out the front office. I meant Tibbs, front office, and players, and his assistant coaches, to be exact.
We were on the same wavelength there, Tony. I was just about to say we should probably do.
Yeah, because I understand what you're saying, Tony, because a lot of things that have fallen back on Tibbs is a reflection on him that actually fell from the front office. I understand what you're saying. Because a lot of what they gave him to deal with, what they gave him to work with is a starting point on how well he can do coaching, for one. But then again, what makes good coaches? They work with what they have. That's the truth. And that's just how it is. And Sims will tell you that. In the same sense of him explaining to us about how some of the girls on his team, he couldn't put them in, and he found out later on in the season they could do this and do that. So you learn to deal with, as they say, and when you got your players coming in, next man up. You got to deal with what you got. So I just wanted to ask the panel if they would like to give him a grade, and I would like to hear what the grades were.
All right, let me tackle this first, Marvin, and I'll move it around because I want the big piece of chicken. I would say that and I'll add the front office into it so you guys can kind of chime in, give a grade for Tibbs, and a grade for the front office. I'll start with the front office. I think I'm going to say I would give the front office a D grade. I don't think they did a really good job constructing this roster from its inception this year. I think some of the pieces can work, so they're not all bad. I just think that not prioritizing a point guard is a real funky thing for this team when we've struggled to find a consistent point guard for quite some time. Maybe they felt like they had that point guard in quickly, but I don't think you're willing to go through a season allowing a young guy to develop into a point guard when you know there's going to be a lot of ups and downs with that. I think that's just kind of like, it's a weird move to do if that's what they were thinking. I think they should have prioritized a point guard. I mean, we definitely could have used.
Tell that to the guys that want Deuce.
Well, yeah. We definitely could have used the guy in here. You know, the journeyman point guards, the Augustines, but not now. Augustine is at a point where he's kind of finished. But, you know, there's another level of that guy out there. There's those other DJ Augustines that exist that have just come into that realm, and now they're that guy. I think we should have did a better job of trying to get one of those guys at least to help develop our young guys. So that would have been nice. We do have Derrick Rose, I get it, but I think we needed one more of that type of guy. And I thought maybe they thought they had that in Kemba. I think Kemba was a mistake, but we didn't know, you know, that was the case until we got there. You know, we were kind of stuck. So I think for that reason, them doing that and then bringing in Cam, knowing that Tibbs didn't agree with not the Cam. See, I think I saw people saying this again, and I'm like, you know, that's not the case. Tibbs didn't have a problem bringing in Cam Reddish. Cam Reddish is a good basketball player. He could become a lot better, you know, with the proper cultivation and proper time. But he didn't have a problem bringing in Cam Reddish. He had a problem bringing in Cam Reddish when you're trading him for Kevin Knox, who's not in the rotation. Now I got to figure out a way to play this guy when I wasn't playing the other guy he got traded for. That's an issue. I'm with Tibbs on that. I can understand that. So I think that they messed up there. And I don't think they've done much to kind of really come back from that. So I give them a D. And then with regards to Thibodeau, I'm going to give Thibodeau a C. I'll give him a C+. And the only reason I'm taking points away from him is because I think in situations, I don't necessarily love his situational rotations. And I think he has been a little bit stubborn with regards to that. Do I understand there's a time and a place and guys need to earn their minutes and you know, show him that they can do certain things, then follow his instructions out there in the court? Yes. But I also think that at certain times when you have a situation where you've got no Nerlens Noel, you've got no Mitchell Robinson, you've got Taj Gibson, however 30 plus years old he is, and then you've got a healthy Jericho Sims on the bench. To not put Jericho Sims in the game at all, even to spell Taj Gibson or even take some fouls so that Taj doesn't have to, you know, let Jericho bruise somebody up a little bit. I think that's a poor choice. And same goes for when you're in a situation where you're losing guys to health and safety protocols and you got no guards and you got Deuce sitting on the bench, or you're in a game against the Lakers when Malik Monk is lighting you up or Cam Thomas is lighting you up. You got no answers, but Deuce is sitting on the bench, a guy you brought in because you love his defense so much. I'm just saying, there's a moment where you can put these guys in spot minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes, just to see if they can help jumpstart your team to go in a different direction. That's what I'm most upset with Tibbs about. And I pointed to this a long time ago. I think I said it on Nothing But Knicks or, you know, some of the other shows. I don't love Tibbs' inflexibility in regards to his defensive principles. Sometimes I think his way of thinking with pushing everybody to take long threes and then not really pushing up on them and not rotating the right way or switching things up because guys are hitting threes now. So you got to account for that. That plan that you had for last year's defense with regards to that doesn't necessarily work as well this year because guys are playing differently. I think those reasons is why I give him a C+. And I think I also know that he's a little handicapped with what he's got out there. This may not be his ideal roster. So I understand that. Right. I'm switching over to D. What do you think, bro?
Well, I had a revelation not too long ago when I was looking up some things. And one thing I realized is that I saw that we have the 4th cheapest overall salary cap in the league. And I said, wow, okay, well, how much is the minimum that you have to have, right? So I couldn't get a clear answer on that, but I saw that Detroit has the lowest, I think it was 125 or something of that nature. So I said, wow, okay. We have the 4th cheapest salary cap. Is it a possibility that nobody wanted to come and that they were forced to sign contracts of Evan Fournier and bring back Burks and put him with that third option, and Noel and put him in that third option and stuff of that nature. So I thought it was very interesting. So although I would have done it differently than the front office did, because what I would have done was that I would have taken bad contracts from other teams and get back draft capital, so then I can make the minimum. Instead of taking on a guy like Evan Fournier, that when he's 32 years old, he's going to be making something, I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's something like 20 million something. And nobody's going to want that contract. So they've been a little funky. I understand their hands are tied to a certain degree, because if nobody wants to come, what can you do? You could have done it differently, but I still don't excuse them for certain things, as far as taking OBs and stuff of that nature, when, you know, there were other needs that had to be addressed at that time, and especially needs that have been a problem with us for quite a long time now. They didn't draft that bad this year. Could they have been a little bit more aggressive at trading deadline? Maybe, but we also have to put in the possibility that maybe nobody wanted the contracts right now. So they kind of tied their own hands, and so because of that, I'm with you with a D. As far as Tom Thibodeau, you know, me being a coach and me being a developer for so many years, I'm very hard on coaches. And I'll show you an example. Willie Green for the New Orleans Pelicans in his first year coaching has only had Brandon Ingram for 50 games. Okay. He hasn't had Zion Williamson throughout the whole season. And he just got CJ McCollum not too long ago with the trade deadline. And he's got that team 9th in the West in a play-in. And I've always said, you know, you got to make your poop into sugar. And no matter the hand you're dealt, you still got to work with things accordingly and understand, okay, these are the things that I need on the basketball court in order for me to be successful. Who am I? I'm Tom Thibodeau. I'm a defensive-minded coach. I'm going to show you how. In the last 2 seasons, we've had one of the worst offenses in the league. And all his years coaching, none of his teams have been above 20th in pace. So there's always been an offensive issue with Tibbs, especially throughout his tenure. So the fact that I felt he had certain pieces on this team, when I saw the team roster in the summer, I was like, this team's not even making the play. And I swear to God, Eric, that's exactly what I told my guys that I talked to. But he still had things that he could have done differently and worked them in a little bit quicker, especially they're very defensive minded. You got guys that can guard 94 feet. You got guys that can guard 1, 2s, and 3s. Okay. And one of the things that were killing us at the beginning of the season was our perimeter defense. And we couldn't contain the basketball. And one of the reasons why we were 3rd in the league in points in the paint was because guys were just going to the paint, and Mitch and Taj were doing a great job of protecting that. So because of him, I felt he could have taken better advantage of the situation at hand. And he could have worked some things that could have worked out better for him. So I give him a C-.
Okay. What did you give the front office a grade?
Yeah, I said D.
Oh, you did. Okay. All right. Yeah. Got it. All right. Sim, what do you think, man?
Yeah. We'll start with the front office. With the front office, you know, I don't know. It's hard for me to say if the Evan Fournier pickup was Tom Thibodeau or if it was the front office, right? There's been rumors out there that Tom Thibodeau wanted Evan Fournier. And then, you know, some people say, Evan Fournier is not a Tom Thibodeau type of guy. All right. So, you know, there's 2 things out there. We'll never know, right? We'll never know. I think that, but me personally, I'm not upset with the pickup of Evan Fournier. I think his contract is reasonable for what he is supposed to do for this team. I think he does it. He knocks down threes, right? His defense is shaky, but I think he can knock down threes. Some people believe that, you know, you get another guard. He'd be a nice guy coming off the bench, and that could be, you know, that could be very true, right? You need to have depth, and you need to have guys that can knock down the three. I think it's very important, you know, in today's NBA. I knocked them for not really. It didn't seem like they had a strong plan to go out and get a point guard in the offseason. That being said, we don't know who they put a call into. We don't know if they tried to get Kyle Lowry. We don't know what they tried to do, and if they just couldn't make something happen. But it didn't seem to me like they really said, we need to go out there and get a point guard. Like, we need a point guard. And then, you know, whatever went on with Kemba, and they brought in Kemba Walker. Even bringing in Kemba Walker, well, it felt good, and I felt good. I'm not even gonna lie. When it happened, it was a feel-good story. I felt good, right? I wasn't sure what I was going to get from him, but I'm talking about the story, not talking about his play. I'm talking about the story of it, right? I felt good. I wasn't sure what we was going to get from it. I wasn't sure he was the type of point guard that this team needed at the time, right? I always felt like we needed a floor general. Didn't have to be a guy that can just go out and score the ball a bunch of times, but a floor general that can sort some things out and that can, make the tough decisions when it's necessary, right? So I wasn't sure, but I was willing to see. All right, let's see what happens. Let's see where it goes. You know what I mean? And then if you go back to the draft, I liked what they did with the draft. You know what I mean? Even though it was confusing at the time when we were seeing it happening, I did, obviously we ended up liking what we seen at the draft. At the trade deadline, who knows what was available to them or what could have been done. You know what I mean? What I'll say is this. If there were the possibility of bringing in a big name player, I'm glad that they didn't say, let's go get Russell Westbrook or let's go get John Wall so we can try to playoffs, right? Instead, they said, there's not something that's out there. We'll just do this little thing right here. We'll make this trade for Cam Reddish or that. And they didn't just, try to go get, one of these guys to try to make the playoffs for this season. I'm glad that they didn't do that. You know what I mean? Could they have done better? Yeah, I'm at about a C- with them. You know what I'm saying? Because I obviously think that we needed to bring in a point guard. But also, I'm glad at the trade deadline when the Knicks, were not playing well and things were bad, right? Things were really bad at that point. They didn't do some kind of shotgun move to try to make people feel better. You know what I'm saying? They kind of stuck with their guns and what they're trying. And I'm assuming what they believe that they're trying to build. So I'll give them a C-. As far as Coach Tom Thibodeau, I give him a C for this season. For the season so far. It could change by the end of the season. Who knows what happens with the team? We'll see. I think that I do one big thing for me, and Ron, you touched on it, is I don't like his defensive variations. He has none. It's straight up man to man, and I don't think in today's NBA, I think you gotta switch defenses. You gotta make teams think, right? You gotta, sometimes you're in a man, sometimes you're in a 1-3-1 or a 2-3 or 3-2, whatever it is that you decide to do. And you gotta have some trapping schemes. You know what I mean? I feel like teams can figure out our defense too easy, right? They can figure it out too easy. They know, okay, we're going to do the screen and roll with these players because we know we're going to switch this guy onto this guy, and now we can go one-on-one. You know what I mean? Now, maybe it's because he doesn't feel like he has the players that can handle the rotations. I don't know. Maybe or maybe he's just scared to go away from playing that man-to-man defense. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like there needs to be more variations on the defensive side with this basketball team, and I think that would have helped us to win some games this year because other teams are doing it and you see it. You're really good defensive teams. They'll play some man, they'll play some zone, they're switching it up. And this is the reason why you see sometimes our team get confused, right? Because we come out and the team is in man, and then the next thing you know, bam, they switch right to a zone. And now we got to switch our thinking. You know what I'm saying? So now this takes some time off the shot clock. Now this takes us a couple of possessions to get used to what they're doing. And then they switch it back to man. You know what I'm saying? And it keeps the offense on its toes. It keeps the offense thinking and having to make a decision. And sometimes they're going to make the wrong decision. And then that's when good defenses capitalize. You know what I'm saying? So I don't like the fact that it's just straight up man. I did feel like during that COVID time, he could have opened up the bench a little bit more. He is a coach that sticks to his guns. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes it works, sometimes it don't. You know what I mean? This is a season where it hasn't worked as much. And he could have, showed a few. I think he tried what I'm saying? But he's the guy that's based on trust. You know what I'm saying? These are the people that I trust. These are the players that I trust. This is the lineups that I trust. I also think he's a person that's based on consistency that worked for us last year. Right? There comes a time when you got to come out of it a little bit. You know what I mean? And take a couple of chances. He doesn't strike me. I don't know him personally, but just from what I see on TV and in interviews, he doesn't strike me as a person that's going to take a lot of chances. You know what I'm saying? Last year, being that consistent really worked because coming from the season before, Fizdale never had a consistent starting lineup. It was all over the place. You didn't know who was going to be on the floor. A guy could play 30 minutes one night and 0 minutes the next night. You didn't know what was going on. Tom Thibodeau came in the next year and brought some consistency, and it worked. And he said, well, I'm going to stick with my philosophy. There does come a time when maybe you have to loosen up a little bit. And I didn't think he did the best at doing that this season. Now, that being said, Derrick Rose missed 42 games so far this season, right? That's big because I'm not exactly sure what the record was when Derrick Rose went out, but we weren't 12 games below 500.
We were a game below 500.
One game below 500.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I mean, that's big. 42 games from Derrick Rose, that's half the season at least. I think that's pretty big for this team right here because he's a big part of this team. Nerlens Noel, and people are going to say, Nerlens Noel, you seen him out there on the floor. He was trashy, but you know what? He wasn't completely healthy. And so, yes, he looked bad when he was out there on the floor. You know what I'm saying? But he could have been a guy that gave you some, who anchored the defense in the second unit. You know what I mean? And that hurt, missing those two guys, I think hurt this team some, So, he was coaching with what he was given. He made some good decisions. He made some mistakes. I'm at a C. I'm at a C. You know what I mean? And one thing I will say is people always look at it and say your coaching job, your record tells your coaching job. That's not true at all. That's not true at all. You know what I'm saying? I've seen people who I've seen coaches, in all kinds of levels who had bad seasons but did a marvelous coaching job. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying he did that this year. I think I think he deserves a C. But it's not always your record doesn't always say how good you're a coach,
I hear you. So you giving him a C, and you gave the front office what grade?
C minus.
C minus. Okay. Tony, what you think, bro?
I got a new rule. Any podcast I'm on, I am not allowed to go after Sim. I gotta go before Sim. Because he took, he mentioned most of the things that I was gonna mention. My grade is a bit different though. I give the front office a C with the caveat that I could change it to a C minus if they lose Mitchell Robinson for nothing. Because I'm a firm believer that they should have extended him. They should extend him. And the fact that they didn't, then they should have moved them and got whatever they could have got in return. Whether it be a couple of second round picks, whatever it is, you know what I mean? So if they're far apart like the rumors are said, then they should have moved on rather than take the risk of losing them for nothing. So unless they do a sign and trade, re-sign them, if they lose them for nothing, that grade drops. But everything else, I think the points have been made. I do disagree because I believe that they kind of knew they were going to get Kimba, and they kind of banked on that. So I think that was the low risk, high reward type of situation. If he's healthy, if he's back to form, he could be great. If not, it's a small term deal. It's not a large amount of money. So I think they did look at that. They took a chance. The chance blew up in their face. But I think it was a fairly good chance to take. It's not like they were trading for him right up and absorbing the 38 or whatever millions he was getting. We're talking about $9 million. I like the Fournier signing. because I don't think it's overvalued. I think it's a good value for him. I think worst case scenario, he's a movable contract in the future. Even at 32, I think he will be a movable contract. You're talking about a guy that'll still be in his prime, maybe at the end of his prime. And then bringing the guys back, I was not upset with that either, especially short-term deals with team options at the end. So basically, we got these guys for one more year. All of these guys are movable before then, with being expiring contracts. And then worst case scenario, you ride it out and you have all this cap space in 23. So I think they didn't make any moves that killed us for long term. You know what I mean? Like, our long-term future is still great. We still have a plethora of picks. I think all these contracts are movable. You can mix and match these guys in different deals if need be. So I'm not that down on them. But the biggest thing is the reports, that they weren't on the same terms as far as who they brought in with Tibbs. If that's true, that's not good. If they lose Mitch for nothing, that's not good. But I'll leave that there. C, but could drop to a C minus. And I'll give Tibbs a C plus. And Sim basically said everything I was gonna say. The circumstances around the injuries, the COVID. I think Derrick Rose not getting hurt. That's 10 more wins right there. I believe that. And especially with the improvement of the team in their play, even if it wasn't resulting in wins. I think with D Rose there, that was the missing piece, especially that 3-17 stretch where we was just losing it down the stretch. We needed a guy to say, calm down, guys. Let's take control of the situation. Let's not panic. You know what I mean? Like, we've seen it time after time. They panicked in a lot of these situations, losing the lead. Now it's like, oh, they weren't playing to win, they were playing not to lose. So I think the circumstances surrounding Tibbs this year affected his performance. I don't agree with everything he's done. I don't agree with Burks playing a point guard. I think with Quickly's development, I think he should have been in that spot before Burks, especially if you're using him in that position throughout the season anyway. Sometimes with the starters, sometimes with the second unit. He got the minutes at point guard. Why not just give it to him and let him start and see what he could do? So I'll go with C and C plus.
Okay, C and C plus. Before we move to L, then Staffa, and then wrap this question up with Marvin's perspective. I don't know unless you gave it already, but we'll go back because I don't know if you did. I don't know if you touched on the front office, but we'll go back to you. I just wanted to say that I do agree with everyone who has said that these contracts are movable. I think you can move them. I think Evans' play is interesting because he does one thing really well. And you know what? On a championship team, he could be a difference maker. Like, he could take a team over the hump, because having that type of shooter that can just hit threes when you need a big three outside of what you already have could be huge. So I think it can be moved. And I think once the new TV contract hits and organization salaries can go up, I don't think Fournier's contract will be that big of a burden. But Fournier has to continue to hit threes. If Fournier don't hit his threes, then it's a horrible move, and no one's going to want to take him. But yeah. So L, what do you think, bro?
I think I'm gonna give it the organization. I'm gonna start with the organization as a whole, right? And I give them an F. The reasons the season has been a failure. It's a complete failure.
Don't hold back, L. Tell us what you really think.
I can't hold it back. It's ain't my show, so I can't curse like the way I want to curse, but I curse on my show. But this is G-rated over here.
Yeah, we got baby ears, bro.
But I give the organization as a whole, right? I'm gonna tell y'all why. I'm gonna give y'all my reasons. From day one, it seems like nobody was on the same page, right? It didn't seem like the front office was on the page with Tibbs. The players wasn't even on the same page with each other. Randle wasn't on the same page with his teammates. in the season, and you seen it. You know, he didn't give in to the fact of Kemba being here. That's the front office. They should have never brought Kemba here. So it's a lot of things that contribute to this F. You know, nobody was on the same page, and if there ain't nobody on the same page, it's a failure. It was more negatives about the season than positive. You know, the one positive we take out of it is RJ's development. You know, that's and some may say it's by default. Others may say he was destined. I'm one to say he was destined. You seen it coming. You know, Tibbs at times he's Tibbs. You know, times I felt like some of the games that he should have coached, you know, left this player in or brought this player back, could have decided the game. You know, the front office, the signings, I felt like they shouldn't have brought Nerlens back. I really felt like that. I don't think he came into the season in shape. And I think when he did come back, because mind you, he was all in the news during the offseason, and that's a distraction. He's going back and forth suing his agent, this, that, and the third. So I don't think he was in shape coming into the season, and then he hurt his knee, hamstring, and everything else that started going on with him. I felt like they overpaid for Derrick Rose. I felt from the beginning they shouldn't have brought Fournier, but I eat crow on that one. He's turned out to be worth the money. He's putting up his numbers. So that's two out of all of the bad decisions that they made. The draft picks have yet to be seen. Grimes seemed like he's a good guy. Dude seemed like he's an NBA player. So, you know, the draft picks, we still got a question mark on that. But overall, the season is a failure, fellas. You know, I can't look at it no other kind of way. It's a failure.
All right, so F for the front office, and hold on 1 second. And
that's overall, because it's like you a team. The whole thing, F. The whole thing is F, man. The whole thing is F. The big failure. We wasn't on the same page. Like, and shout out to my boy Hardwell, because Hardwell said that he said it from day one. He said it from day one. And he was big advocate about it. He said, y'all talking about this is a 50-win team. This is a 4th seed. And he said this from day one. So shout out to my co-host on that one.
All right. Sim, what so you give Tibbs an F also?
I give everybody, because nobody was on the same page. That's my opinion.
Wow.
You know, and I'm not disagreeing with none of y'all takes. All y'all takes is excellent. Spot on. But from my standpoint, the season was a failure. We had high hopes for this team. The world had high hopes. The media had high hopes. Vegas, ESPN, TNT, everybody had high hopes on this team. This team was a failure. It cost everybody money. This team's failed, y'all.
Okay. Well, what were we going to say, Sam?
I was just going to say, I think worldwide is Jada Kiss in disguise, man.
They say it, Sam. They say it. They say it.
Jada Kiss in disguise, man.
They say it. But that's how I look at it. I mean, I look at everybody's take on the season and C's. I would individually, I probably would give them a C, right? I'll give the front office a C. I'll give Tibbs a C. But as overall, like some of the players, IQ was horrible in the beginning of the season, but now he's playing right, so he figured it out. You know, a lot of guys didn't come in ready to play. A lot of guys, the whole team wasn't on sync this season, players included. And I'm holding everybody accountable. That's why I give an F.
Okay.
Wow.
And I honestly, I thought you was gonna before we go to staff, I thought you was gonna say something else. I thought you was gonna point to the fact that the front office could have had Cam Reddish a long time ago for less, and they chose to not reach out when obviously he was someone they could have acquired. And now we were forced to give up Knox and a pick. But whatever. It is what it is. Stafford Don, what do you think, brother?
Boy. I don't know how I could follow up on everything everybody said. You know, basically was on point. You know what I mean? As far as the front office, I'm gonna go with a C-. I'm gonna just make it short, C-. And I'm gonna give Tom Thibodeau a C. So
wait, what'd you say? You broke up a little bit when you said Tom Thibodeau.
I'm gonna go ahead and give him a C. A C. I'm gonna make it quick. A C.
That's all you got?
Yeah, man. Everybody. I mean, look, from Tony Crow to Sim to D to Worldwide L. Everybody had excellent points. You know what I mean? There was no fruit in the fruit bowl for me to take out again. So, you know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? So I just got to just go
Come
with the
on,
grain.
Staff. It's a few loose grapes that make their way to the bottom. Come on, now it's always some fruit left over, baby. It's always some fruit left over.
I mean, oh boy. I mean, everybody said it, man. The rotations could have been a little more better from Tom Thibodeau. The front office, I felt probably could have been a little more aggressive. You know what I mean? Sometimes, you got to take chances. I don't think they probably took, chances. You know what I mean? Stick your neck out there for a little bit,
That's where the F come in at. It's so many negatives than positives. It's too many negatives. So when you got something that's too many negatives, where's the positive? The positive. The things you take out of the season and say, can we build off it? Absolutely. Like Tony Crow said, and shout out Tony Crow. You forgot to say, "Hey, yo, Black, it's time."
Yo, Black, it's time.
Can we grow from here? I believe we can. I believe we got our giant in RJ, and we just need to build around him. Guys just need to make better decisions moving forward, and let's see where it goes. The offense. I don't know how Tibbs' offense is. That's the problem.
Yeah,
is it an NBA offense that we want? Is it an NBA a winning offense? Do it equals a championship? Our off.
No, not how it's currently constituted, but that also could be have something to do with the personnel. So maybe this offense works better with a different type of personnel. I don't love it. You know what I mean? I think there's certain things we could do differently, but if he's got the right personnel next year, if one or two pieces come in here, and they don't have to be huge, they just have to be better, smart IQ players that have a little different skill set. It could just be having a really good point guard who understands people's positions and how to get the best out of them on the court. It could make a huge difference for this team. I honestly think two pieces next year that are different, that are smart IQ, that have a good skill set. It could be a wing and it could be a point. It needs to be a point guard. You bring those two guys in next year, this team might turn everything around and might be a 40-win team again, maybe 40-plus win, because I don't think this team is that bad. I just think the way they were put together this year wasn't necessarily great. But I think when you know what you have out there in the court, which we're starting to see more of, you can get a lot more out of them. And then with a couple pieces that help you when the times are rough, like when you're not doing well, when the ball's not moving right, you got a good point guard can get us back into the right principles and stuff like that. Could change everything around. I think we'd be okay. But that being said, I want to get back to Marvin, because this was his question, and I want to make sure that he's put his say in. Did you give your grade overall for the front office, Marvin, and the coach?
No, I didn't. And the reason I didn't, because I knew I would get them all from you guys. And I really did. Seriously, guys. And I want to say thank you, guys, because my take on the whole matter is I want you guys to go back on every grade that you gave the Knicks and see if you're satisfied. And if you're not, then make the decision to yourself, should we bring Tibbs back? Because you're not going to get rid of the front office. So the question at hand is, and I really appreciate Tony for breaking that question down into two segments, because the product that we grade Tibb on is truly based on the front office guys. You cannot really give Tibbs an F if you don't give him nothing to work with. So I really appreciated that, Tony, and I just wanted to shout out to you on that. But in my take, look, the way I look at it is this. I look at it as the way Tibbs signed his contract. And I believe front offices look at that also. They look at you in your first year, and they do. If you have a bad year, that's not a problem. They're going to give you a chance. But in that second year, they really start looking closely at you. And if you look at you going up in the second year, or if you're mediocre and still the same, or if you're going down, then they start really eyeing you a little bit more. Now, in Tibbs' case, I think he's either a 3-year deal, three-year deal, guys, or 5.
5.
He's in a 5-year deal. Okay. So this being his 2nd year, and my grades are just plain and simple are this. I say the front office is worse than Tibbs because they didn't give him what he needed. But I'm not going to go as far as worldwide as an F. I say C, and I say Tibbs a C+, which is an upgrade for Tibbs considering what the front office gave him. And the key is looking further to next year. Do we see Tibbs going to a B, and do we see the front office going to a B? Because if we don't, we got problems. Because we don't want to stay C. We need to come up to the B. Now, with the players that we currently have on the roster and the things that you see late in the season, I really do feel Tibbs can work with this and bring this to a B. But will the front office make the right decisions in the offseason? That's the key to the whole success of the organization. So I really believe it falls back on the front office to see if this is going to be a championship-driven 5-year thing with Tibbs. But I really believe that Tibbs can take it up. And I'm not in the sense of blaming everything on Tibbs, even though we all seen bad things that we felt like he should have probably did differently. But you play with the hand you're dealt. And if that hand is no good, you got to play it anyway, and you do the best you can. But the hand that's dealt comes from the front office. So my critique is more on the front office than it is with Tibbs. And like I said, I give the front office a C and Tibbs a C+.
Okay.
And remind everybody that this is a Chicago fan. He is a Chicago Bull fan, not a Knicks fan. Just to make the people know.
Yeah, but see, what I do is I love the Knicks. I believe Sims told me once on his show. So Marvin, you sure you're not a damn Knicks fan? I think you hiding in the shade over there. Well, listen, guys, I love the Knicks. I really do. And most of all, I love you guys. I love you guys' passion for your team. I love the way you go about it. I love the back and forth with the fans. And I love the way you guys stick with your team. You know, I do talk shows and podcasts in Chicago. One of them is called the Windy City Breeze. And if you, just like I told Ron when I first came on the show, if Knicks fans think they're fighting, you know, the Bulls are struggling right now. Don't feel you guys are alone because, man, I'm talking about the sky is truly falling. So I just love to, you know, but I love Sims. No, I try to call him all the time because I just love it. I believe he does a great job, and I believe Ron does a great job also, and you too, Tony. I believe all of you guys do a great job.
Appreciate it.
And I love to hear you guys being truthful about your team. You know, and when you can get in a comfortable place and be comfortable with, you know, with great content, you know, I really feel comfortable with that, and I really appreciate it, guys.
Well, thank you as always, Marvin. I tell you, I appreciate you being on. It was nice to kind of get you into the fold and get you out of that situation of just being in the chat. I know you were asking for a phone line. I ain't ready yet unless I can tap into Nothing But Knicks and kind of splice into the wire over there. But you know what I mean? I could always get you on the panel, man. I appreciate your takes, bro.
Yeah, and I want to say one more thing. It's not easy, guys.
You got good takes too, Marvin. Mm-hmm.
Thanks a lot, guys. I want to say this too, guys. It's not easy.
I'll get to that in a minute. I'm gonna shout some of these guys out, Ben, because we got really great content. And and thank you, Sim. Appreciate you. I'm about to wrap up soon, but thank you for being on, man. This was a pleasure. Great to see you, bro.
Appreciate you guys. Great discussion, man. I'll talk to you guys
later.
All
right. Stay
All right, man.
Later.
Peace.
All right, Sam. Take care.
Appreciate you.
Yeah. So what I wanted to say was, you know, there's great guys who have tons of great content. They have their own shows and you know, they chop it up with me as well as with others. But I appreciate the time they come on to spare with me. For example, you know, shout out to Diaz Ballin. You see him on Blorange Tears a lot on the morning drive, but he's also, you know, he lends his voice and his basketball IQ to tons of different podcasts. I'm fortunate that he's able to chop it up with me on a regular basis here and there.
I appreciate you having me.
Wow. No, man, it's always good to have you, bro, because you know what? You know your stuff about the game, and it's good that you embrace debate. You take on all comers, and you also are willing to listen to different perspectives, and that's what we
Absolutely.
need, man. As basketball fans,
Absolutely.
period, we need that. But as Knicks fans, we definitely need that because it gets crazy in New York. You know how it is.
Yeah.
Obviously, Tony Crow for being here, Knicks and Bruises, from everything, nothing but Knicks, from the crossover show. You know, Tony Crow's everywhere, man. You know how you rock out. Appreciate you, brother, as always.
Likewise, man. Appreciate you having me.
No problem, man. Thank you. Worldwide L, Marvin. I know maybe you're not that familiar because I know you tune into a lot of nothing but Knicks content. Worldwide L is on a show called For Our Love of the Game, or For the Love of the Game. I always get confused because it's a 4 and then an hour, but it's For the Love of the Game. He's got a podcast with Project Heck, Project Nerd, aka Heck, and also Hard Will. They do a really good show. And if you want to see a different perspective, a different take on Knicks stuff, they've got one for you. And if you're interested into other things, like they talk about boxing, R&B, hip hop, stuff in the streets, like they talk about a lot, and they bring guys on, special guests on. So they got a really quality show over there. So definitely check them out, Marvin.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I appreciate
No problem.
that, bro. Thank you.
And worldwide, what is that? What is your? Can you shout that out for me one more time?
It's for the love of the game, but it's the number 4 OUR. Once you put that in, it'll pop up. So it's number 4 OUR, the love of the game.
Yeah, so definitely check them out, Marvin. Gotcha. And another, if you have, I know you see Staffer on with me sometimes, but Staffer's got his own thing called NBA 1-on-1. That's on the Blorange Tears network. And Staffer, you got your show today?
No, since tomorrow is the game at 3 o'clock.
Today's Saturday. I'm bugging. It's Sunday, right?
Yeah, right. Tomorrow. Yeah, it normally comes on Sundays at 4 p.m. But since tomorrow is the Knicks game, we're gonna postpone just for tomorrow. But we will be back on the following Sunday with my guy Soul Finger, where we give you the updates on the trade rumors, the MVP race, the storylines, you know what I mean, what's going on in the NBA as far as the East and the West. And as we could see, it's heating up in the East, right? Chicago has lost 9 of the last 11 games, right?
Tough time.
Right? And the Heat is just up by a half a game. And we see the Celtics is surging, and we see Jason Tatum is surging in the MVP race. So it's crazy. And then we see Phoenix on the other side just clinched the number 1 throughout the NBA. So, and we see the Timberwolves is fighting to be in the playoff. They right at almost to the number 6. They're right currently sitting at 7. So you see, in each conference, right, it's a race. So so come on, check us out next week, Sunday, 4 p.m. NBA 1-on-1, where we're gonna get down and talk about all NBA.
Yes, definitely.
Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you,
Staffer Don.
Yeah,
and you,
shout out.
They put on a really good show. They had us on 2 weeks ago, me and John and I, should I say. And it was really cool. I like his format, the way he breaks things down. So it's definitely check them out, man. Check their show out. NBA 1-on-1 on the Blorange Tears network on the YouTube channel on Sundays, usually at 4 p.m. And lastly, as you know, I've tried to mention in the past, but Marvin, when you brought that up, you made me think, it's a good time to just throw this out there once again. Just real quick, guys. There's a lot of great Knick content out there, sports content in general, but Knick content especially. If you haven't already taken a look and subscribed to these shows, of course you want to check them out. If you're first time, check them out. Make sure the content works for you, and then like, comment, and subscribe to them, man. I'm sure they'll appreciate it. But all of these shows are great. I mean, Hadouken Sports. You got Blorange Tears, Nothing But Knicks. Streets is buzzing with my man CT. You got Knicks and Bruises with Tony Crow, who's right here. You got Sports Vibes You got the Entertainer Talking Sports, which is football related, and he also has a Knicks channel. Well, he does Knicks on his channel. You got For the Love of the Game, Marvin. So that's how it looks. You got Die Hard Knicks with Eru. You got Guard Up Knicks. You got Real Talk, my man Divine. Legion of Knicks with Guillermo. JD Sports Talk. JD from actually JD's been so busy with KnicksFanTv, you don't get to see him do his JD Sports Talk as much, but he definitely still has his channel. You got Clutch BBall TV with my man Noah, the Nick of Time show, Jay Ellis. The Queen's Court is still rocking, but now, as I mentioned, she's got her own channel called Dope Soul Sports Talk. That's with Steph. You've got Jonathan Macri with Knicks Film School, and my man Raw Hebrew from the Raw Hebrew channel. So definitely support and check out all that great Knicks content, guys. Once again, I want to thank you guys for being here with me. This has been a long show, but it's been a great show. This is jam-packed. So I don't know how crazy you guys think I am, but some of these shows I have on the weekend be like 4 or 5 hours, and I watch them again. So I'm definitely looking forward to watching this one again. This one was dope. Thank you guys, man.
I'll watch him also, Ron.
Do you? I appreciate it.
Oh, yeah, I'll watch him every time. Even if I don't get a chance to get on it with you, I watch him. I love this, man.
Well, definitely appreciate it. And plus, today is Saturday. I got laundry day. I'm going to be in the laundromat, so I'm going to be listening to this.
Excellent way to pass the time.
Exactly. So any final words as we go around, D?
No, I'm good. Thank you for having me. And, we're going to see what's going to happen on Sunday and Monday. I think they have a back-to-back, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see if they revert back to going back to Julius Randle. Will that affect Obi's minutes? Will we see Deuce again in the fourth and stuff of that nature? And, will Evan and Burke still play 30-some-odd minutes, knowing that the season's winding down? So it's a lot of things to look forward to this week.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. That's a good point. Tony?
Ron, appreciate you having me, man. I'm usually at work on Saturday, so you got me amped. I think I'm gonna do a pod in like 30 minutes. So
okay, cool.
So check me out. Knicks and Bruises, your blackest time. Salute to the panel, salute to the chat.
Dope. What about you, Worldwide L?
Nah, I just enjoyed being here today. I can't tell you no lie. It was dope for me, and I got a chance to listen to some great takes. Hang out with some great guys. So it felt good not hosting the show. You could just sit back and you could just listen. Because when you host it, you got to have your foot on the pedal, boy. You got to be ready to go. You got guys in the chat going at you. You got your own host going at you. You got all kind of stuff going. So just to be able to sit back today and listen to you guys, it was definitely a pleasure and an honor, and I enjoyed every minute of it.
Agreed, definitely. Thanks for being here.
I gotta agree with Worldwide L too, man. It was a pleasure just watching the boxing match between Sim and D earlier, man. It was like Marvin Hagler versus Sugar Ray. You know what I mean? It was just going back and forth. So it's always good to have a good debate. You know what I mean? Because all of us want to reach to the same way, which is seeing that championship banner going to the New York Knicks. Right. You feel me? So
and keeping it respectful, Stafford. That's the most important part.
Definitely. Because all of us mightn't agree with each other, but you already know it's still love. You know what I mean? So thanks for having me, Ron. And then I want to shout out Sim too. It was good to have him on the show. It was nice meeting him. It's always good to have I call him the general. It's always good to have the general on. You feel me? And salute to Marvin and Blackest Time. I gotta get him on the show. I know he's a busy man, but I gotta get him on my show one day. And shout out to D and shout out to John and what was the other third guy that always be on the background?
I always on the ones and twos, man.
Nobody remembers him. On the ones and
I don't got sound effects right now. Is when you would hit one of those. Bim, 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 bim. I don't got.
Man. I always forget him. So shout him out, man. Shout him out.
Shout out to my man Jose and Johns.
All right, so big up.
Marvin, any final words, brother?
Yeah, I just want to say thanks a lot, Ron, as always, man. you welcomed me on. I mean, like I was getting ready to say, man, it's not an easy thing to be able to chime in, and be respectful and to be on a superstar panel like this, man. It means a lot to me, man. And all the takes that are just great, man. And you hear all the sides, and and you feel it from the fans and all. It's a wonderful thing, man. And I want to say, we got a game coming up with you guys, and may the best team win. As bad as we are playing right now, I'm talking about the Bulls. But I did want to say that's why I feel good, guys, because I really do I don't get too high, I don't get too low, and I want to leave everybody with this. One thing that I always say in the podcasts that I do is at the end of the year, there's only going to be one city happy, guys. One city. So all the talking of everything of all the cities going back and forth at the end of the year in all the major sports, it's usually just one city that's happy. So hey, man, I try to keep it, at an even keel and enjoy my team and enjoy the content and just have a good time with it. But I really want to say thank you all you guys, really.
All right.
Yeah,
Hey, Ron,
man. Appreciate you once again. Oh,
I got
Tony.
a question for Marvin as a Bulls fan.
Mm-hmm.
Would you want Derrick Rose back? Would you welcome a trade for him? And what would you be willing to give up for him? Because I just have a feeling that if we were to move Rose, the only place it would be Chicago.
That's a great question, Tony, because that's been brought up in the Windy City Breeze. Now, I'm going to start off by saying this, Tony. You're not getting Ayo DeSumo, buddy. You can forget that. I know that's who you want.
No, you're not giving him up.
They're not giving up Ayo. It'll be a tough take, Tony, because at the present time, if you look at the Bulls roster, the way it's constructed, the only other asset that would probably be available that we would probably even think about would be Kobe White.
Yeah.
And with Kobe, they still kind of up in the air with him. We got one more. He's got a 2-year deal. He's got one more year, and this question is going to come up not this offseason, but next offseason. So, oh yes, he would definitely be more than welcome back to Chicago. And don't leave out Taj Gibson. Now, we kind of like him too, but I mean, far as our rebounding situation, we could definitely use him. But we would definitely welcome him. That's for sure. The difference would be with AK and Eversley, that front office of ours, where would we be able, and what you guys would want to accept for him. And like I said, with the issue with Kobe White right now, and the window that the Chicago Bulls are in, which is a 2 to 3 year window, he is in our plans for next year. So I don't think we would let him go just yet. But to say that, yes, we would definitely welcome him, because I mean, we need a little more mentorship for Ayo. He would be perfect. And he would definitely, open arms in Chicago, that. And I know you guys might be, and that was a question I wanted to ask. I didn't get a chance to, Ron. I'm sorry. Do you guys think you're going to re-sign Rose?
He signed it 3 years.
He signed the 3 years, so we got him.
Oh, that's right. Okay, that's right. So I guess I could say,
well, no, I'm working on a show with that. So if I could reach out to you through Ron, I'd love to have you on.
Oh yeah, just when you gonna do that?
I'm thinking Monday.
Okay, what time?
Hey, when I have a guest, it's whenever you free, because I'm off on Monday. So we link up and we'll figure something out.
Okay, yeah, because I'm retired. So if you just give me a time, the New York time is 2 years. Listen, 2 years, 2 hours.
2 hours.
2 hours.
A long time.
2 hours ahead of us. I think you guys 2 hours. Yeah, I'm. Hey, Tony, I'm damn good retired in 2 years. Yeah, right. No. Wait a minute, guys. Let me just say this. I retired when I was 49, so I'm not real old. Oh, hold on. Let me get that straight. But
nice.
That's what's up.
Yeah, I left Chicago and came down. I'm in Dallas right now. I came down to Dallas in '85 actually. And I've been here ever since. So I go home pretty often. I'm an adamant Chicago fan of everything, Bulls, Bass, Cubs, everything. But I'd be more than happy to do that, Tony. And as far as Derrick Rose,
Marvin, what I'll do is I got your email. I'll send it to Tony.
Okay, cool.
If you just allow me to ask Marvin one more question, Ron.
Go ahead, Steph.
Go ahead.
So since you just said that how you love the Knicks also too, since we playing them on Monday, who do you have?
Now come on now. I'm gonna have
we
to.
We know the answer to that question.
Well, no. Let me say this, guys. Wait a minute, guys. Let me say this, guys. I'm a realist. Hold up, I'm a realist. I was on a podcast last night, a real tough one. And
y'all been slipping.
This game that we just played the other day, I had us losing against the Pelicans. And the very reason I had us losing is because the Bulls are playing like crap on the road right now. They're 16-21. Now they started off well, but I knew at the second half of the season that we had one of the roughest schedules in the league. Now, the way the Knicks are playing right now, I'm not taking nothing. I'm not even saying anything on that game because we're on the road. We're playing against you guys who are peaking actually better than you have almost all year. So, and I want to give kudos to you guys for that. So what I want to say is this. You know me being a Bulls fan, I want my Bulls to win, but I'm a realist. I really don't think we're going to beat you guys. I really don't. I try to say this to the fans up there all the time. You have to be ready for these things, but real is real. I mean, and then just looking at what you guys just did to Miami, and that ain't the only thing. Like Sims had said earlier in the show, man, there's so many games the Knicks should have won this year that they let slip away. We wouldn't even be having the conversations that we're having if they just, played better down the stretch.
Well,
so
Marvin,
in my
is Lonzo back?
No, sirree, he's not.
You need Lonzo.
He's got a bone bruise, guys. That's on the other side of that knee surgery. The knee is fine now, but the bone bruise is giving him problems. So they just shut him down for 10 more days, and we're going to reevaluate him. But he will not be back for this game. And actually, DeRozan was out last game.
That's big. That's big.
Yeah,
they seem a little
if you think about it, I mean, how long you guys been struggling without a point guard, and you see the struggles that the team can have without a point guard. And when you have a point guard like Alonzo Ball, who's a defensive first point guard, hey man, it's the team. It just snowballs downhill, and you can be lost out there, like Ron said. So, but we all gonna root for our teams, and but realistically, I just don't see the Bulls beating them. They don't have enough right now, and the confidence. Well, we play tonight. We play Cleveland tonight on the road. That's a big game as far as confidence for us, and they're one game behind us. So if the Bulls pull that one out, I might have different thoughts about the Knicks game, because if we lose it, we're gonna be struck. We're just gonna be hell struck, and it's gonna be hard to win another game on the road. And you guys are really hitting it hard right now. So, like I say, tonight's game is the critical game for me, and then we'll see about the Knicks.
Well, I hope the Bulls win tonight because Cleveland is my future trade partner. I want the Knicks to trade Fournier for Colin Sexton because I think that benefits both teams. They get a nice 3-point shooting guy, and we get
another show.
Sexton.
Now, Ron, do you think they'll make that deal? You think Cleveland will make that deal?
I don't know. The only reason why I think Cleveland wouldn't make that deal
Fournier
is because I think Fournier can help them. I think they see Fournier as a legit 3-point shooter. I mean, the only reason why I think they wouldn't do it is if they're Cleveland is Cleveland. They're not big market. If Cleveland is a little handicapped with their financial situation, which I don't know what it is, but if they are, and if they feel like they have a bigger need that they have to address, then maybe they wouldn't do it. But I think that move helps them. If they could go out there and get themselves another backup shooter card, and then bring in a Fournier with the bigs they got, and getting Jared Allen back, that team would be tough.
So Ron, let me ask you this: Are you giving Sexton the bag because he's due the bag this year?
That's exactly what I was going to ask you.
Oh, I think Sexton is in the same situation, right? Like RJ and like Cam.
What, as far as contract?
I think he's a free agent.
Oh, okay. So he was 1 year before them?
I'll help you guys out right now. I got you.
Yeah,
because I was looking it up.
I think it would have to be a signing trade.
So he is due a qualifying offer,
Right.
and if they decide not to do that or give him the extension, he will be a restricted free agent.
Wow.
Exactly. So
okay. Well,
so are you giving him the
like
bag?
this. Would you rather give 19 million to Evan Fournier or give 19 million to Colin Sexton? I'm not saying that's what it's going to take. I don't know what his camp would be asking for. I'm just saying if I have to give one of them a little bit more money, I'd rather give it to Colin Sexton because of what I think he can provide the team.
I don't know. I don't know.
Even coming off an injury and not seeing him play.
Well, listen, those injuries nowadays aren't as big as they used to be. Even a guy like Porzingis has come back and been serviceable. Of course, he's got other things working against him, his height and all that stuff. But if he can come back, if Durant can come back, if we've seen the dude from the Clippers, Paul George come back from certain types of injuries, I think that I'll be okay with Colin coming back and being somewhere true to form.
But Ron, do we need another ball dominant player on the squad?
Wow,
because that's what Colin Sexton is.
That would be my argument to that.
I agree that is what he is, but I think
is he a true point guard?
No.
Or is he even a better point guard playing the position than Quickly?
No. I wouldn't. Well, no. I think he's just like.
I think he is, Ron. I think he is.
But yeah, I understand. I see your point. I'm not saying he's the answer at point guard. He's just a better scoring option for us down the line, who can get buckets. And a team that is a little devoid of certain scoring talent, I think he might help. But you don't stop there. You definitely still got to get yourself some type of point guard. And you may even have to find – no, you don't have to find, because you got that in Grimes. Grimes can be a lesser version of Fournier. I don't think Grimes is as good a shooter as Fournier. That's his thing. But Grimes can give you what Fournier is giving you to a certain extent, so you don't have to refill that role. You can use Grimes.
And also, too, with Sexton, he did average 4.5 assists at Cleveland last year, but the issue, and it came from the team themselves, is just that he just has a very shoot-first mentality.
Right.
And actually, the team actually was equipping with that.
Right.
And Ron, I wanted to say this. Why you stopped there? Why you didn't ask for Darius Garland?
Well, listen, Colin Sexton has already kind of not – he didn't do anything wrong. He has been a little bit more gun happy with regards to his shot, and they've learned how to win without him. And Darius Garland has stepped up and become a different type. So I don't think Sexton's in Cleveland's future plans anyway. So why not try to get
Garland is a point guard. Yeah, Garland is a point guard.
Garland is the man over there.
Yeah, right.
Why not try to get Sexton when, they don't want to just watch him go out the door. They're going to try to see if they could get something for him too. Maybe it works.
They're going to move it.
Yeah, but the asking price was too high. Don't you think they would have got rid of him though?
Well, no.
I don't know how many people have been shooting at him yet because he's been injured.
He is coming.
I think they're going to wait till the off season. Yeah, they're going to wait till the off season. He's got plenty of offers, guys. But I mean, I'm like this. From who the Knicks have right now, and he did play point guard for Cleveland last year. Hey, he would be worth a try.
Yeah, I just think that he gives you something that you can't dismiss. The guy can score. And he's not bad on defense. He's got a bulldog mentality. I don't necessarily think his defensive principles, not defensive skill set, is as good as his mindset. Like, this dude's a dog on defense. His mind, how he gets into it, I don't know if he's as good of a defender as his mind is. Like, he's an animal with regards to how he acts on the court. But yeah, I don't know. It's just a thought. I'm just wondering what the Knicks can do because they're limited. And I know he's not the point guard answer, but I think he can be like, he can also shoot threes, guys. He's not great at it. He's a lower echelon 3-point shooter. But if he gets going, if he gets hot, he can give you something. So I'm just thinking it's something that the Knicks need to look at.
I mean, if the Knicks get him, I'll ride with him. If the Knicks get him, I'll ride with him. But at the same time, we don't need that ball dominant point guard. You feel me?
Right.
But if we was to get him, he's a Knick. I'm gonna have to roll with it. You know what I mean? And hopefully we could do something with it.
So,
Yeah.
Steph, who are you looking for? Who are you looking at? Did you have a point guard in mind?
Me, I mean, look, my point guard that I want, but it's a pipe dream. Is my guy over there in Utah.
Oh, Donovan.
I mean, yeah,
Donovan.
but you know, but he got a 5-year deal, and I don't think Utah is gonna give him up just like that unless he comes out and says he wants to force a trade out. You know, I mean, that's the only way that we could probably get him. But
is Donovan a point guard?
And who would you give up for him?
Donovan is not a true point guard in every sense of the
but there's no true point guard in this league right now. So I mean, you know, you always say we lack in talent, and he is a talent. So if we was to get him, why not put him in any position that we need him to play?
I will say, in fairness to Donovan and Staffa, you like him a lot, but I will point to he's a better facilitator than I give him credit for. I watched a few games recently, and then obviously I watched him against the Knicks. He's better at it than an Emmanuel Quickly at this point. He's not the best version of a point guard, but he's much better than I thought. He does find ways to make some interesting passes. I saw him do some swing passes and certain things. And the way he draws the defense in, he can do a little bit more than, so he can work. He's not ideal, but he can work.
I'm giving up Julius. I'm giving up Grimes. I'm giving up Obi could go in there. I'm giving up about 2 first-round picks. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Donovan going to require a lot.
He's going to require a
lot. The only person I'm not touching in that thing is RJ. You know what I mean? But
what if they say give me RJ, you get no Donovan?
You know, and still have and I still get to keep Randle?
No. They want both.
Nah.
No, I wouldn't make that deal either.
Nah. I
mean, you're crippling the franchise. You're kind of crippling the franchise if you give them both of them.
Yeah,
just for him. You got to start over to try to find those 2 guys again. So
Well, we'll see. Right now, Donovan.
And don't forget, you got to match the salaries too. So that's why I included that.
Yeah, that's understandable. Right now, Donovan's a pipe dream. So I don't know. They're really going to have to disappoint him in the playoffs for him to really legitimately think about leaving them. I know that they just recently lost to Charlotte. That was a tough game. I was surprised they lost, but hey, you know, it is what it is. Charlotte is desperate. They need to win. Tony, appreciate you, brother. Yeah, I'm gonna get out of here too. We got caught up in another 20 minutes, man. All right.
Hey, man, great show, Ron.
Yeah,
great show.
Great show, man.
Once again, man, let me get up out of here. Let me run the outro, as people like to say.
Okay, Ron. Thanks for everything, bro.
I'll see y'all on the next one.
Take care, guys.
Everybody tuned in. Appreciate y'all.
All right.
Smash that like button on your way out, man. Keep supporting. We love y'all. We out of here.
All right, peace.